Crack-a-lackin', my dudes. Oh, should be a fire stream tonight. Not bullshitting at all. Eh, I got some features worked out. Fuck yeah. And so that I just watched that the Trump press conference or whatever the fuck that was. Golly, that guy he's making us look so bad. So bad. The guy's he's lost the plot. I mean, how else can you say it? You know, the dude just seems like he's off his fucking rocker. To me anyway. And it's it's really sad because oh, what's up, JQ, my dude? Damn, you're in here from the jump, man. Not fucking around. You know, when people used to talk shit about Trump, and you know, we all defended him, and all the shit about him being a narcissist, they turned out to be absolutely dead on. Am I wrong? Because that's how it feels to me that they had that son of a bitch pegged coming out of the gate. And you know something? I have to have respect for that, man. I have to have respect for that. You know, we we all have everybody has a right to be a sucker once, you know, that kind of a thing. It's whether or not I mean, I think you got to get burned once in politics no matter what, you know, before you need a healthy cynicism. And some people knew Trump was a huckster from the jump. And maybe some of them, it wasn't necessarily because they knew something special. They just fucking hated him. I mean, because a lot of people, it was fucking unreasonable. They were ridiculous children. And you know this because there's actually like Brett Weinstein. You know, there's actually quite a few people that came over to our side that were independents. So we're not crazy, you know. Trump just fucking betrayed us. And I see people like getting scrubbing their socials and stuff of anything to do with Trump. And that's I don't even know how to refer to what that is, but it's kind of disgusting if you ask me. To be scrubbing, it's like, dude, what are you? You would talk shit about the left if they did stuff like that. We would, and rightfully so. So for, you know, people to do that on the right, it's equally as whack. It's whack. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's lame. That's some bitch ass shit. Right. Well, you know, and really what it comes down to is everybody, you vote with what you get, more or less, you know, and you kind of take a chance, and nobody actually really expects to get what they want. I mean, it's kind of vague altogether. It's just vague. And Trump particularly promised a lot. And in retrospect, you know, it did have a cheesiness to it, almost a carnival barker aspect to it. And when I look back at the last election, the campaign, oh man, where he was pulling shit out of his ass like no tax on tips and shit. It's like now that I look back, I'm like, man, he was literally just throwing shit up against the wall. Like, what a scumbag, man. a total huckster, dude, a scam artist, a crook. I mean, it's disgusting, man. And I feel cringe when this motherfucker says shit, when he says dumb shit like, oh, we're kicking so much ass, we're just better than anything ever before. It's like, bruh, bruh, this is the wrong time for that shit, dude. Did the cowboy shooting from the hip bravado? Nah, we're way beyond that. As far as I'm concerned, we're way beyond that shit. No tax on overtime. I mean, some of it was a little bit far-fetched from the jump, but it's absurd when if you go and look back at it, it's absolutely absurd. Yeah, absolutely tired of winning. You bet your ass. If this is winning, I'll happily lose. Nah, I'm just, I am tired of winning. I mean, he really does. He's just a fucking huckster, man. Just a disgusting pig huckster. Whatever, though. Fuck him. You know, he'd be dead. But honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see how really the pundits and shit are just like how I said like a week or two ago when I was like, yo, this is cataclysmic. Like Trump just gave up the dominant position in the world, pretty much. And I really wasn't seeing that reflected in the news until this week. The week month yesterday and today. And all of a sudden I see all these people are like that Robert Pape, some other people that have been, experts in this the commentary. They're saying, I tried to explain it, like because they're like, are we really looking at, because they're saying, Iran is on the ascendancy. They're going to be a top 10 world. They're going to be like a top 5 world power after this war. Straight up. They're going to be higher on the list than Russia. Like straight up, man. And they just basically knocked us out of the number 1 spot, essentially. And we're on the decline. And now it's even worse because we don't run the Middle East anymore. Iran runs it now. That's their fucking neighborhood now. So we're like not doing too hot. And people are just finally coming to that conclusion. I'm thinking, man, how did you not see the writing on the wall with that? How could you not see how truly delicate this this equilibrium this feathered nest that previous American governments had feathered for us? I mean, how could you not see it? And how Trump just fucking squandered it, just straight up. And I've heard it put that way too, where it's just been squandered. Like because people don't give up their seat in the top 5. They don't do that. You don't give up power. That's essentially what we did. We handed over like 10% of the world's power, basically. Because, before Iran wasn't even in the top 10 for world power. Well, they controlled 4% of planet Earth's oil going into this conflict. And it was America, China, Russia, that was the top. Well, Russia is in the top 3 because Russia controls 10% of the oil on the planet. They control that flow. Iran controlled 4%. Well, they control 20% now. 20%. Trump just put them, they're like twice as powerful as Russia now, basically. They supply 20% of the world, and like they're showing now, they can fuck our day up. Like we have to play ball with them. No more calling them terrorists. I guarantee you that's exactly how this is going to go. They're going to quit calling them terrorists here shortly because all of a sudden that doesn't make any sense anymore. Nobody gives a shit what Israel has to say and what they think, because you're talking about picking a fight with somebody who can jerk a knot in your tail real quick. I mean, you don't do that. Israel doesn't control. Israel was trying to position themselves so that they would come out of this war with 20%, with they would have come out the world power in this. See, I'm kind of okay with Iran. To me, Iran, they seem to be actually a decent people. Like they just want to be left the fuck alone. And I think that seems fair to me. You know? It just seems fair to me. They just want to be left the fuck alone so that they can do their thing. And they really do keep to themselves. They have their own scientists. I mean, and we could I'm not nobody's scared of Iran like they were of like North Korea. Iran, they're not I don't think they are butchers. I haven't seen any proof that these guys were butchers. I mean, I don't even really think their proxies in the Middle East are something to be scared of. I think their proxies are those are just rebel groups that are standing up against Israel, and Iran is backing them to the hilt. Iran has bankrolled and uses their 4% of their oil control to keep Israel from dominating the fucking planet. Like, seriously, dude. Those are the last people that we want to get a hold of that fucking region, man. Literally, the last people. At least the Persians, dude, they've run empires and shit. You feel me? They've run empires. What's up, fellas? They are decent rulers, obviously. I mean, they're not butchers, they're civilized. And the fact that they're a religious people, to me, that shows they're more civilized than most countries, because religion, that's not barbaric shit, that's not caveman shit. No, religion is more artistic. That's like, I feel like that's a higher, you've reached something higher if you have a complex religious or religion that the people live by. I think it's a good thing. It's similar to a renaissance, or not as an era, but they have good law. It's marked by human flourishing, more or less. I mean, I don't really see religion as an oppressive institution. I just don't. I mean, I get that it can be with covering up, the Victorian era and before that and stuff, but I don't know. I just don't have that. I haven't had those experiences with religion. Like, why would I be worried about religions? Religions they're pushovers in America, a bunch of pussies that straight up let anybody run the church. I mean, it's not any religion that I fucking respect. Not even close. Check this shit out. I got a little surprise. One second.
The Night Scotsman says, "How about you guys ask some question?" The
I
Night
got that shit
Scotsman
working.
says, "How about you guys ask some
Oh, shit.
question?"
Doubled up. Yeah, isn't that dope? You just it's exclamation Brian, because it uses that text to speech uh voice. What's up, Alex? I don't know. I thought you guys would. I finally found a. I found a thing I could have on. Put on. I found a service basically. Philadelphia. That's funny. Philadelphia. You know, and that stupid ass fucking the echo. So I typed it only once, but it fucking sent it out 3 times. Pisses me off. Why don't you guys try it out? Oh, tried it. Guess it didn't work. Weird. Uh, Sorry about that. I don't know why. I didn't test it with somebody else. Weird. Huh. That's lame. Like if it's just if only I can do it, that's so whack. Oh yeah, this will be a fantastic Fuentes rant for sure. Yeah, that after that press conference, it's going to be a banger, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, it's pathetic,
The
bro.
Night
Like I said,
Scotsman says, I'd quite didn't work. The Night Scotsman says, I'd quite didn't work.
Jesus. Well, we'll have to figure that shit out. But I mean, it was cringeworthy, and I was thinking to myself, like, my God, man, I wish this guy would just step down almost. Just bro, let it go, man. He's over the hill. He's just a quite honestly, he's a joke now. It's a joke, dude. And it's just shameful that he's up there now. And honestly, that's weird, man. And honestly, with this guy, it's like, I hope they fucking impeach him. Like, I would not complain about that at all. I would say rightfully so. Get him the fuck out of there. I mean, he fucked up. He fucked up, man. Like, you can't you don't just get away with that. What he did. That was just a beyond betrayal, man. Beyond betrayal what he did for another country, you know, another sovereign nation. What? People are dying over that? That's incredible. Nobody would have was okay with that, and nobody suspected that that was even a possibility. I mean, other than people like Nick that were on top of Israel for years now. But another country, our people are dying because you got talked into some bullshit. Although, like, just like Nick says, the promises were never going to be kept. You know, they were never going to be kept. That's so fucking disheartening, too. But you know how, like, I'm talking about the elite, how I say, when you, like, a war is basically a conflict is between ruling elite, unless it's like a rebel group. And then it's between comp or and then it's between an elite replacement, another organized group of elites that's trying to knock off a government, knock off the other group of elites. Or those are the only two choices. Either it's the current ruling elites or a new group. I heard a couple people put it just like that earlier today. There aren't a whole lot of pundits that actually see the world in those terms, or at least talk about it in those terms. Because to my mind, if somebody, like, I don't believe somebody is credible. Yeah, oh, I know. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. We don't, we're not, he's trying to make it seem like we're doing good. We're kicking ass. We're about to see a golden era. Bro, we're fixing to see recession, you fucking moron. And we can see it. We can see it plain as day. We're looking down the fucking barrel of possibly another Great Depression. And it's all because of this fucknut. I mean, all I can say is I'm so glad that he's that vain, because he is gonna get fucking exiled for this shit, dude. He is, I mean, I guarantee he might very well leave the country, because he feels shame. That's why that's why he is the way he is socially. And like, if somebody tries to stand up to him, or like, remember Marco tried to come back at him and Trump just slapped him down. Well, it's because he has a strong sense of social norms and shame. Well, I hope he's prepared. I hope he's prepared for that shit, because it's gonna hammer that motherfucker. He's fucking radioactive, man. I've seen people booing him and shit. We got countrymen over in the fucking desert across the planet in a war that nobody picked on us. Little hands. Well, when nobody picked on us, we're picking on somebody else. Now we just got knocked out of the number one spot. You know, it was as if we just, like, gave away ace cards, or aces in the hole, or you know what I mean? Like, it's as if we just passed up a royal flush almost, or a lot of power. And now the only, the only, s- what's left in the air is how much power are we going to lose? Yeah, when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. Yeah, it sure is. It's like, how much power are we going to lose? How many of the Gulf states are going to decouple from us? How many of them are going to tell us that we can't have their base anymore? It remains to be seen. Several of them have basically already made overtures that they're going over to Iran, pretty much, because Iran is the new fucking big dog in that part of the world. They're the new big dog. Yeah, America did used to be a country. I mean, things change. We may reemerge in a couple years as the same power, or as the top dog again, right? We just got a blunted beak, you know. We just got our fucking beak blunted, slapped down. Honestly, could have been worse. You know, they could actually be attacking us for real and killing a lot. You know what I mean? Like, they're more doing defense. They could have got nukes and shit, and then just, go out in a blaze of glory. Like, and that's what they would have had us believe. All these years of propaganda. They were basically, oh, they'll use them. They'll use a nuke. If they get it, they'll use a nuke. Well, dude, you've been saying that for 40 years. Obviously, they don't want anything to do with a nuke. Or at least they didn't. And they made it seem like if anything happened, these motherfuckers would just go, berserk. Well, they did kind of go berserk. Like, they started shooting their rockets all over the place, but rightfully so. We attacked them viciously. Yeah, well, yeah, not only did we show them, what we have, but the power that we just left, dropped, fumbled, doesn't just go away. It gets picked up by somebody else. Somebody else is going, either China or Russia or whoever, whoever, could be anybody. But that's what's going to happen. They need allies, those countries do. And they'll get them. I don't think it's as bad. It's like it's easy to get doom and gloom, but no, you got to realize drive to work that many people get paid. Yeah, I'm sure that sucks. You got to realize is the people that are playing the game here, they're all businessmen. They want business to go smooth. They want that. So if there's going to be a readjustment after this war, but it's like, there's a current. It's like being in a river, that river kind of forces a conformity, where it like, and because free market naturally is going to enforce, the most optimal situation. I mean, so I don't think there's a reason to like get scared. We're just gonna we're not gonna be it's gonna be a little bit different going forward, and from what I understand, basically this is like the opposite of the fall of the Soviet Union. What? Reparations. That's crazy. If anybody ever brings or when anybody ever brings up reparations, what you should think of is that they're asking for money. They're asking for money. And when you start to think of it that way, so anytime somebody brings up reparations, they're talking about money that they want to take money from somebody. And as soon as you think that, it's like, well, what do you guys need money for? You know what I mean? Black people say like, well, we want reparation. It's like, why you not doing very good? You guys struggling? They'll shut up real. No, no, we doing good. Like Trump. I mean, maybe we do end up having to pay reparations. I doubt it, but although we have given them pallets. Well, that was their money. The pallets of cash, that was money that we froze. That was their money. Trump, oh, they got pallets of cash. Yeah, pallets that we stole from them. Like, what the fuck, man? And they didn't ask for this war. And I did hear, like I was saying, I heard a guy say that this war isn't waged, or and that this war isn't waged against the American people, and that most usually country like Iran, they understand it as they're in a war with the American ruling elite. That's how they understand it, and that's what it is. It's an imperialist conquest, more or less. Remember when I used to watch movies and shit or see movies about communists, and they would always call Americans imperialists and capitalist stooges and shit. And I never really understood what they were getting at. Now I understand what they're getting at. Capitalist stooges. Yeah, they're just imperialist, capitalist, ruling elites, crooks. They're crooks. That's how they get their money. Like when like right now, Iran, they're attacking our arms manufacturing companies over there. Like JP Morgan, they attacked JP Morgan, I think. And those are literally the same thing as our government extensions. When our corporations are in a country like that, that's how the world sees it. That's how we should be seeing it. Because like our companies might get thrown out of the Middle East. We have all kinds of AI companies in Dubai and shit. They're probably going to get thrown the fuck out. Like it's not going to be tenable for them uh to be there, which is wild, but yeah, how's it going, Colin? It's wild that that would be the case, but you know, we were getting special treatment for services. Now we're not going to be doing that. And why should they help us get AI? And Iran is going to blow up now. They're going to be one of the top dog traders in the whole world. So all of a sudden they're going to need AI, and guess who's going to provide it? China. China's got that shit on lock. We backed the wrong horse in Israel. Absolutely, we backed the wrong horse. The Chinese backed the better horse, the righteous, the just horse. We backed the greedy crook, the greedy crooked horse. That's what we did. And it's just, I mean, honestly, I'm just glad to see Israel got snubbed like hard. Oh yeah, I would agree with you, Colin. I think there are. I think a lot of guys are especially black guys, they tend to be they have become more based for sure. When I was a kid, they wore baggy fucking pants, big baggy pants hanging down off their ass, and they always had they just trying to play as thugs or gangsters and shit. It was kind of goofy. But I've noticed they've become much more relaxed and blue collar to a degree. Like I would say outside of the cities that I've started to get that feeling like much more American. Like it's kind of weird. And I think of it when if I was from another country, yeah, I would be like, yeah, those guys are countrymen. If I've seen like a black guy 20s in his 20s next to a white guy, they're both kind of frat boys. Like they're both kind of frat guys. And I mean, I think that's probably a good thing. And also we're all kind of under the gun equally. Yeah, I like Thomas Sowell too. But we're all kind of under the gun as men mainly. And I would even wager that white guys probably have more. I mean, I would say I have more sympathy for black dudes because our women have been turned against us too. A lot of that shit that people would just dismiss as conspiracies years ago. When black guys would be like, our fucking wives been turned against us by the state, bro. We know exactly what you're talking about now. We know exactly where you're coming from, and it sucks. It truly sucks, man. Because we're not, we're not. We pay all the taxes. We're not getting any of the benefits from the government. Not only do they steal from us to give to foreigners and women, but they also use the state on us, like state power, arresting and like you get a divorce or you have child support, you get thrown in jail. What? Like, we don't do debtor prisons in America. You know, that used to be a thing. A debtor's prison. In women, they were not allowed to take out credit cards because there were debtor prisons. You got into debt that you couldn't pay, you went to prison. Debt wasn't what, like, think of it this way, debt was literally considered a commodity. A debt. It was considered a product. Like, you could buy somebody's fucking debt and they were like indentured, or that's why they had indentured servants back then, because you went to prison if you didn't pay your shit. And people could sell your debt and shit. But I mean, but that could be a woman's end. So they didn't allow women to get credit and shit because, or to some degree, they could get you know, I guess a lot of them were supposed to have a husband that did it, but it was for their own good. And rightfully so, because yeah, child support is no joke, man. My brother was on that shit for 18 years. No fucking joke, man. They'll throw your ass in there for 6 months. And what's terrible about that is like how in the hell are you supposed to pay your child support when you're in fucking jail? That makes no sense. None. Absolutely zero. You know, it's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've seen guys that did 6 months because they got behind on their child support. And how is that helping the kid? No. It's not. It's fucking the father over for the sake of fucking the father over. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was. You took the words right out of my mouth there. I mean, how can how can this be? It's ridiculous. Where you throw in a guy, he owes money, so rather than charging him a fee, you throw him in jail. And then it's like you can't get out unless somebody posts money for you. It's ridiculous. And it's a scam for the state just to throw people in jail and have power over people. But you know, women they've turned that power of the state onto us. And we've more or less been made out to be a boogeyman. That's what sucks, man. Like, this is supposed to be our home. This is supposed to be our home where we're wanted. People people are happy at our presence, and it doesn't feel that way. And it's incredibly rough. I would say, I guess, as a man, it doesn't feel good, especially when I see how the truly honored position that men held in our society, an honorable position, a position. I mean, just straight up, women, the men were treated well, you know, and it's not like, I always hate this Handmaid's Tale shit. I heard this was really pissing me off a little bit yesterday, where something I was watching, these feminists keep bringing up the Handmaid's Tale, and I'm thinking to myself, the Handmaid's Tale, you know, that's science fiction, right? That's like a dystopian novel, and it's like, where the fuck do these women get off accusing men, or saying that men will bring this about? Where do women get off with that? Okay, we've been on the planet for tens of thousands of years. We've never done that one fucking time. Why would we just up and decide to do it? With technology and shit, like we have all the robots and shit. Why would we up and do that? Why would we enslave women just for the hell of it? It's fucking it's disgusting. It's malicious too. Yeah, we don't have malls really anymore. I mean, or well, I know Georgia's a little bit rougher than Florida. I mean, some of our malls are still here, but where I live, the police they don't play. It's a tourist area. They don't fucking play around. So really, them dudes they stay out of trouble for the most part. You don't really hear about shit going on very often. But I like, where do these women get off saying, "Oh, what are you trying to bring about the Handmaid's Tale?" It's like, okay, well, you're literally saying, what are we trying that we're trying to bring about some dystopian world where women are basically slaves or what do they call them? There's like a really animalistic name. It's kind of a vulgar name, not a bedwench, but it's like a breeding sow or some shit like that. Some fucking disgusting name. And I will agree with you there, Chart and Globe. I agree with you. There's a reason why they weren't given credit. Because it was for their own good. It was like you would do for a kid because they'll end up in jail. And we see this is an issue. If we had debtor's jail today, most of these women would be locked the fuck up. Like overwhelmingly, these women would be locked up. All these that go on these stupid shopping sprees and shit. Like, whoa, man. Are you and they're crashing and burning now. I see all kind of posts about how these motherfuckers are starving. They make 300 grand in a month and they pissed every penny away as they got it. And I mean, women are overwhelmingly hold all this debt. And it's like, well, obviously, you're right. Yeah, we tried this shit. And it's like, they could hold that over our head. Like, well, you guys don't know if it'll work or not. You've never tried it. Well, we tried that shit. We tried it. It doesn't work. You want to keep banging your head against the wall, expecting this, to do the same thing. And, the insanity of that, you're going to do the same thing and expect a different result. Like, no, your way doesn't work. And I don't even understand why anybody ever thought it would work. If you're late, it should just be fees. Although, people they fucking file for bankruptcy like nobody's business now. Here, try the TTS again. Yeah, forget what I just said before I brought up the TTS thing. I mean, yeah, the way they throw motherfuckers in jail, but really, I am kind of insulted by all this talk of Handmaid's Tale. You know where that exists? The Handmaid's Tale? One place, the female hive mind. It literally only exists in their fucking brain. It's never existed anywhere else. Somehow they're using this as a cudgel, as a fucking bludgeon. Bitch, the shit never even existed. Where do you get off talking about this? You know what? You have as much cause to talk about that as we have to talk about like some insane Amazon society where women ruled and ruled over men and they subjugated men. We have as much cause, as much historical right to talk. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. It was bankruptcy. Yeah, they I mean, they don't want to be. They want with responsibility, that comes coupled with responsibility comes with authority, and authority comes with responsibility. Men know this. We instant like people God damn. Men naturally, when we see these women getting all this extra authority, as we've seen since the 60s, women have gotten all kinds of power at our expense, power taken away from us, given to them, except that none of the responsibility lands on them. How many times have you seen a woman get a double standard? They'll get treatment that a man wouldn't get. And you're just like, what the fuck, man? Such bullshit. That's women having the authority, because we know how much responsibility goes with this shit. We know that when you take on a leadership position as men, the buck stops with you. And when you see women taking on this power, but then they get a pass when it comes time to pay the piper, nothing happens. Well, we see that as an injustice. To think that's not going to change eventually, that we're not going to fix that. I mean, we've been watching women, they get all this authority and they just keep fucking shit up. It gets even worse. And they pretend like they're responsible like we are, but if this society collapses, then nobody's going to blame the women. I've said this before, but that's not going to happen. Nobody's going to blame the women. They're going to blame us. And the women are going to be the first ones to say, "Well, why'd you let us?" And we all instinctively know that. You fucking know that. You don't need to tell me that. I mean, or I don't need to tell you that. I shouldn't need to tell you that. If I do need to, then you're lying to yourself. They do. They defer to the closest, or they'll defer to their friend group. I love Savannah, Georgia. I've been there many times as a kid with my parents and with females. I went on St. Patty's Day like 10 years ago. It was fucking dope. My God, it was so sick. Although I will say, it was kind of like what happened in Daytona Beach recently. Uh, is it the Scots with Mac or the Irish? It's both, but the Irish are more known for, or they called the Irish mix because they have the Mick too, Scots Irish especially. But so many more Irish came over in a short period of time, and they were running from a famine. So that became like a slur, like calling somebody a nig. Pretty much, like unless you were a fellow Irishman or a white guy, then when you said Mac, it was the same way when a black person calls another black person a nigga. It's the same thing. It was a term of endearment. Between, of course, which, although I honestly, I doubt that anybody got into any sort of, scuffles over being called a Mick or and also the Italians, a Guinea or a Wop or, you know what I mean? Like, I doubt anybody really got into fights over that shit. Although maybe they did. But I mean, they do call like a lot of Scottish last names are Mick. I mean, all of the Mick last names that you see, McDonald, uh, McCandless, McAfee. I mean, they're all pretty much, uh, they're all Scottish. They're all they're all Scottish. Just and I mean, I think the Irish ones are Scots Irish, which the Scots Irish they're Scottish that immigrated to to Ireland and resettled in Ireland. So even that's still pretty much Scottish. But yeah, people really did used to refer to each other like Mac or A lot of times Mac would
The
be
Night Scotsman says, I think I fixed it.
a lot of times,
The Night Scotsman says, I think I fixed
God
it.
damn it, fucking double. A lot of times porters, train porters, or butlers or whatever, people would, or taxi drivers, people would refer to them as
Horizontal
Mac.
Theater
Oh
4777
shit.
says,
What the fuck? It fucking worked. At least I think it did. Sounded like it. Yeah, did it not say the word though? That was weird. Oh yeah, because you didn't say anything. You're supposed to put something after Brian. Horizon. Hello. You just sent the command. Hell yeah, so I got it working. Fuck, that's so dope. Hell yeah. I appreciate that, Colin. I mean, I should hope so, man. You know, there's something about the more personal streams or the more personal creators when you actually get to somebody that it's not all chopped up or it's not AI. It doesn't have it's you know what I mean? Like I don't edit my videos.
Apophis 42597 says, Happy birthday.
Fuck yeah. That's sick, bro. Thank you, Xiaolin, the Cuban Mandarin. Full name. That's fucking sick. I got that shit working. But the one-on-one thing, it seems to me like that's going to be bigger in the future, actually, because people are tired of the slop. You know, they're tired of the slop shit. The 20 life hacks. You know what I mean? All the shit that's huckster, that's just flim flam, carnival barker, fucking slop. It's slop, man. People are over that shit. They're over it. They're done with it. That whole, and that was like the beginning of
Apophis
the
42597 says, Barda's Scotsman.
yeah, right. I mean, I finally found one. It's free too. I mean, if you do TTS, it uses another male voice, and then if you do TTS1, it'll do the TikTok woman's voice.
Apophis 42597 says, You grow a great mustache.
Really? I guess. That's cool though. That is sick though that I got the TTS to work, and I'll just have to shut it off when Nick comes on. Just to keep it from being interrupted. But honestly, I've been looking for like a week, man. I could not locate one. Finally, I stumbled into it earlier. Yeah, and honestly, there aren't enough channels that are like the beer halls were a place to coalesce, a place to kind of almost like a huddle, huddling up sort of a thing. Like a pubs were, German beer halls, uh lounges, clubs, pool halls. This is where men gathered and and bumped into each other and schemed, and planned bowling alleys too, where guys could just chill, let their hair down,
Horizontal
enjoy a
Theater
beer.
4777 says, Did you print any frames, Scotsman?
Did I print any frames? Oh no, I don't. Much. just started an Etsy. Well, I get that. I have a 3D printer, so I looked into that shit. But I mean, like I don't really scheme. Like I don't want to get rich quick. I don't want to. Oh, a speakeasy. Yeah, I told you about that one that I went to like a year or two ago, 1 or 2 years ago. That was like it was a speakeasy. It was fucking dope. So sick. Big cat. Yeah, it was awesome. And they had, like I said, they had that mead. They had the wooden plank that give you like all the different shots of mead. It was fucking sick, man. All kinds of video game systems and shit on the walls. It was definitely a fucking kick ass in the back of a comic book shop. Like, yeah, we're a lot more atomized than we used to be. But I think we're kind of learning how to cope. Been to HH a few times. Love it. Hmm. Are you thinking about crypto, huh? That's what's up. Like, how so? I mean, it's just another investment, right? That's kind of how I see it. And really, the way that the West is being
Apophis
run right now,
42597 says, ours.
the way the West is being run right now, I'm not so sure that's really a
Apophis
good investment.
42597 says, count.
Okay, that's enough of that, Apophis. I'm not so sure how if whether or not going forward, if the West is going to be all that good of a bet. Trying to buy low approach. Well, what about like what do they call it? Spot price increase or something where you buy a little bit at regular intervals, like once a week or once a month or once a year. But so you spread the risk out, or it's a way to dollar cost averaging or something. It's a way to average out the price you pay. Like if you want to buy stock, but you think it might go high or might think it might go lower, you dollar cost average, I think, where you buy some now and then you buy some later and you just keep buying it. That way you get it for a better price every time. I mean, there's several strategies, of course. You can wait to buy in all at once when it's low, but you got to find that right time. You got to slip in when there's a dip. Hmm. Well, I'm jealous you're in North Carolina. Fuck, that's so dope. Such a beautiful place. Doesn't matter what time of year you go there either. Beautiful. And what's really cool is when you go west, like Western North Carolina, bro, it's like Kentucky. Like straight up. It's practically that far inland. So you get it's really southern there. I like it. Like my mom lives in Kentucky, as I've said. I like that Appalachian life. Those are good people. You know, those are good, honest, God fearing, hardworking folks. You know, they're just regular Americans. Honest. Claude. Yeah, of course I've heard of Claude. I use the open claw myself. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that you guys don't bring any of that stuff up other times. Yeah, I really like Kentucky. I like to see the snow too. That's why I go around Thanksgiving. Hmm. Sal Bogat. It's been a while since he was in here. I would for a while I watched Bitcoin. It's been a little bit since I did watch it. I remember when Ethereum was $1,000 a share. Like I was actually trading. I bought some of it. I bought it in a dip, but it was after COVID. Trading is fun. Yeah, I kind of agree. Oh, he's talking about Kentucky is boring. I hear you. No, that's not true. There's plenty of cool stuff in Kentucky. Well, Fort Knox. Hmm. But and you live there, you should know where all the great stuff is. It's crazy, right? Yeah, buy a dirt bike. Oh, okay, Gemini. That's what's up. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I know how. I know basic coding. I just never really like. I've seen people. You can build your own apps. You can have Claude design all kinds of shit. Anything to do with the internet. But I don't know. I like to spend my time chewing on stuff. I don't know. I've never really been into creating tools like that. I mean, I could see the use for them, absolutely. I mean, I learned how to code, reasonably. Yeah, the AI it's definitely legit though. I mean, it still is kind of scary though. We don't know what's going to happen. Wow. Yeah, I'm not into the Skynet shit either. Hmm. Man, when I was messing around the stock market, if I had bought a lot, I'd be rich as fuck. Yeah, I think you're right, Big Cat. There's a damn good chance. Oh yeah, vibe coding, yeah, where you just like that's the modern coding where you're just doing it via prompt and like coders are judged not on how they write code, but how good their prompts are. That's so gay. Whack. There's no creativity to it. There's no creativity to it. You just get some lazy fucker sitting on the what's Blender? It's an app. It's a graphic design app. You know, Africa, some of the elite rulers of Africa, which, they're not very elite, but they're trying to hit England and Europe up for more reparation or for reparations. And I don't know if they've noticed, but Europe and Britain, they're not doing so hot. And they damn sure don't have the money. Honestly, I don't understand why anybody is trying to come to white countries or to European Western countries with their hand out, because we ain't doing that hot right this second. And Trump, he just like an asshole doing a cannonball in a fucking public pool or some shit. You know what I mean? Like just doing some dickhead shit. Like, bro, why'd you have to fuck the party up? You have to, you know, you're gonna pick a fight and we end up worse off. Hmm. Hmm. I get that. But at the same time, I've also seen where people they get worn out from AI, from prompting because it saves you a little bit of time on tasks. They say, yeah, you might finish the tasks that you normally do earlier, but because you finish earlier, you actually do more work. You work the same amount of time, but you just force yourself to cram more work in. So your boss makes more money as a result of you being on AI, but you don't make him any more money. You do your same workload plus extra. Like that's what I've read that it has almost a negative effect. You end up working harder because you're doing more, but you're trying to cram more in too. And I totally get that. I totally get that. I get like a kind of a FOMO, fear of missing out thing. What's tonight's snack? Well, I just ate it, big cat. You didn't see? I just had my peanut butter crackers. You already know. Oh, I had an apple as well. Oh, and an orange. Now that I think about it, I had a nice little orange. It was delicious. Second. 1 second. I am psyched that I got that TTS working. Fuck, man. Like,
The Night Scotsman says, "This is the female voice."
there's another one too. I actually thought that was a different one.
Then each Scotsman says, "This one works also."
Oh
Then
man,
each Scotsman says, "This one works also."
that sucks that it fucking echoes. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could fix that. Just didn't want to fuck with it right this second.
Apophis42597 says, "Can you hear me now?"
Indeed, I can. Isn't that swell? Hmm. The one sounds Asian to me. I like that though, that, because it sucks having to read every fucking message. Like, it's nice that if you guys actually want to ask me a question, just do it that way.
Apophis42597 says, "This voice is whack."
I know, I agree, but it's a default voice. There's four of them. There's a default male voice, default female voice, which is TTS and TTS1. And then there's Brian, which is dope, is excellent. And then there's the TikTok one. Those are the only four that are default, and it's free. And I was just thinking, like, fuck, that's perfect, man, because I don't want a bunch of stupid fucking voices that AI came up with.
Apophis42597 says, is cool.
Yeah, I like it too. Oh, what up, question? No guy, that's gay. Shut the fuck up. Some lady in Tennessee got arrested for a crime in Fargo, North. Ooh, because of AI. Wow, that's fucked up. What's up, my Negro? What it do? What it do, Cuzzo? Did you see? I finally got the shit working. Golden rule. Hey,
The Night Scotsman says, Goldie and question are jabrones.
oh, that shit came out good, dude. Damn, that was that dope shit right there. Fucking jabrones. Couple of jabrones. That's right. Lots of new features, bitches. You already know. And I added the little icon.
APOPHIS40 2597 says, it's cool.
Yeah, it is pretty dope. I like it. These yipping robots. Shut up. No, it just makes it easier for me, and I think it adds something too, because without it, it's just me talking. That's it. With the TTS, that actually adds another element to the show, and I would like to see how that works. Maybe it ends up just fitting, hand in glove, fitting into the show. You know, that very well could be the case. I hope so. I mean, I like the idea of that. Also, same thing with with how I like how Nick does the super chats and shit where he waits till the end, but it's just interactive. The super chats, that's what makes the super chats good on Nick's show, is the fact that they get read out loud.
APOPHIS40 2597 says, in the new co-host.
Technically, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, Mina, she has the little pixelated she has that as her little badge, I guess what it is. I added some other shit too. I love that shit. Lost. Lost motherfuckers. Or Andy, I should say, always smash the like button when entering. Yeah, he's right. I mean, I would appreciate it if you're gonna stop in, at least hook a brother up. We need a Fuentes TTS. That would be sick. Or an Uncle H. You know, that would be lovely. That would just be fucking lovely. I mean, just for the
Apophis42597 says, crazy right.
I just think it's just so transgressive if you had the where's the black robot? If we had the Fuhrer doing the TTS. It's just such an iconic voice, such an iconic speaker, and how you can get it in English now. It's just sick. I love it. And it's funny. The whole idea, you know what I mean? That, like, I've thought of that, like having an AI assistant that that had that used Uncle Addie's voice. You know, like a fucking AI assistant, like OpenClaw or Claude, and you're just like doing commands, giving it prompts, and it's like, yes, mein Führer, or yes, sir, or however the fuck you would say it. I don't know. I just thought that shit would be funny. And honestly, you know, it's weird. For years, like I hear people. I heard somebody on Pierce Morgan's show with Anna Kasparian talking about how you can't trust the Iranians, you know, because they just pump out this garbage propaganda. Yeah, absolutely. Those speeches are good. They're like Churchill speeches, which I've listened. I listen to Churchill speeches. I can basically say them verbatim, and they were just German. The German speeches are just as good, if not better. But you know, like people talking shit about Iran and stuff. Yo, our country spews the same amount of propaganda, and it just blows my mind how it's like you're going to talk shit about another country for doing propaganda as if you're not being propagandized by the ultimate propagandizers. The American fucking media, they're the dude, they are the fucking they're evil. They're the fucking mouthpiece of these regimes that rule over us. They are the mouthpiece. And since I started to kind of look at it as in like the you know, a ruling elite over a mass of, you know, a group of people, and they just kind of suck the life out of the people and piss their money away and oppress them basically. All of a sudden, I don't really see Iran as this aggressor state, this terrorist state that's, oh, they're belligerent. No, I see Israel like that now. You know, I see America like that, bullying people. Like even World War II. I'm not so, you know, no matter what people say, I'm not so sure that the right people lost and the right people, you know what I mean? Like it's not all that cut and dry to me, not anymore, not even close. And somebody brought up maybe it was Myron or it was an Arab, I think, and he was saying these people talking about how, you know, trying to take Israel's side and stuff. And dude was like, you know, they would have us believe that they didn't just commit a genocide in Gaza over the last 2 years. And these same people that are telling you to ignore your lying eyes are the same people that have made the Holocaust their religion and that become rabid, foaming at the mouth. If anybody even or, you know, undercounts the toll that were dead, that were burned, 6 million people burned. If you say 5,999,000, they'll fucking freak out. And it's just like, you know, I don't believe it anymore. I don't believe it. You're not just going to show me a fucking picture of a pile of glasses and just expect me to believe it. Cause fuck you. Not, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You know, I do, however, believe that they butchered fucking 70,000 people in Gaza. I do believe that. Absolutely. You know, like I've seen the footage and shit. World War II, there's almost none of that footage exists, except for what officers after they, you know, recaptured the concentration camps, you know, that did the footage. But, you know, a lot of people don't talk about this, but like, I think Tucker brought it up. Roosevelt put Japanese American citizens in concentration camps for like 2 fucking years. Citizens, no charges, nothing. Millions of them, put them in a concentration camp. And you know, their fucking crime rate was almost non-existent when they were in there. I don't know if I would say it's another word for bribing. It's more like, you know, there no matter, and this is why I think the American system is better than the other ones, because like that dude, Grand Design Enjoyer, or whatever his name, what he was saying yesterday about how, you know, I basically, you know, got to the nub of what he was pissed off about, saying that our elite, they screw us, they steal from us, they lie to us. And it's like, well, getting religion out of the government didn't fix that. Why are you making your fellow countrymen's lives worse without, you're not even solving the problem? You're just making our lives worse. So why don't you just stop making our lives worse fruitlessly? Like, and it's the same thing with lobbying. Bro, they're going to do it whether we like it or not. At least the shit is out in the open. At least we know where the fuck they're getting their money from. They're going to do it either way, man. So just let them do it. At least we can see who's influencing who. Yeah, I mean, I believe you. I don't, honestly, that's always been kind of a fishy a fishy statement to me, or a fishy conclusion, like that these people that are born in America, people that come from the Eastern Europe somehow, and they don't look anything like the people from that area. Somehow they're, you know, they're Europeans. I mean, I'm just going to say it. They're fucking Europeans, no matter what they say. Oh, it was cringe. Auto hoax, absolute cringe, my dude. Hey, bro, I was experiencing those exact same emotions while he was literally making us all look like children, basically. You know, like he's destroyed alliances, apparently. Like these motherfuckers, they don't want to be a part of NATO. I mean, he's talking about getting rid of NATO. They weren't that shit was over. Whether he said it or not, that shit was pretty much over. Yeah, fuck Trump. Well, I get that, you know, sometimes it's people using religion, but my point is, it doesn't matter whether you take religion away. It's the same thing with guns. They want to outlaw guns. It's not going to stop people from getting killed. If people want to kill, they'll kill. If people want to if they want to take bribes, if they want to be corrupt, they'll get bribes. Like, it's that simple. You're not going to get rid of it by outlawing it. You know, at least this way we can see where the money's going. Yeah, Slavic people, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It is a diverse area. The Ukrainian steppe, you know, you had the Ukrainians, or the Cossacks. You have the Cossacks, you have the Turks. They're like they're steppe people. They're typically uh great horsemen, great horse breeders, because they live on big plains. Yeah, and criminals don't obey laws too. No, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, you know, you can say lobbying is bribes, but is that going to stop the bribes? You know, it's not. They're going to do it whether we like it or not. Even if you make it illegal, they still do it a lot of the times. Remember that Menendez, that fucking senator that they found gold bars and shit all over the place? You know, that shit was like they're scum, truly. And these elite, I don't really see them as playing on the same team as us. Absolutely. When I see the Hamas stuff, no, I think the same thing. When I think of that, like, oh yeah, they fucking hide amongst civilians. Hamas, they're evil. You know, they embed themselves amongst civilians. It's like, no, you mean they are civilians. You mean they are civilians. You're killing civilians. You're bombing civilians. You're targeting civilians specifically. Fuck you. If you think I'm that stupid that I can't see through your little fucking bullshit ruse, you're it's such a I can't believe that little bit of wordplay tricked people, tricked me. I can't believe it. Like, oh, they're hiding amongst civilians. You know, they're embedding. You know, they're using civilians as human shields. Like, no, they're just living in their homes. You fucking psychos. Like, these people live in their homes. They have weapons to protect themselves. Israel targets them specifically because they are willing to defend themselves. They have a weapon to defend themselves. That's evil. And they're doing it offensively. That's what's galling. They're doing it offensively. This isn't defensive shit. They're trying to make it seem like they do these retaliations. Oh, they just lie though. That's all they have to do is cast a little bit of doubt on the situation and people will believe them. But it's like, I don't believe any of that shit anymore. It's like, no, you say fucking human shields. No. You're just shooting humans down. Like, if you know, it's like saying, you know, a criminal is running from the police and he hides in an apartment building. Is that criminal using the apartment building as a shield? You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody breaks out of prison and they're running away from the prison and they dive into a big apartment, you know, a project or something, you know, a housing project or a big building, is he using that building as a fucking as a human shield, basically all the people in that building, or is he just trying to hide? You know, because like if you're cops and you're going after that person, you know, it's no big deal. We do that all the time here in the States. But if you're an army and you're just looking to exterminate people, that's exactly how you would do it. They don't need the Samson option. They're doing plenty this way. They don't need to use a nuke, man. They don't need any of that shit. They're fucking killing these people like fucking flies, man. You know, it's disgusting. I mean, it's truly evil. And then the way they have the gall they have to say act like they're being defensive. They're the victims. And they always try to position themselves as the victims. Like they're talking like that Ben Gavir's talking to Europe, or the guy Pierce asked him about Europe, and he's like, "Well, we're doing all this killing for you. We're making your future safe. So maybe you shouldn't be bitching at us about that. You know, maybe you should be doing it yourselves." Like, bro, no. You're butchering those people. That's on you, motherfucker. How dare you try to make it so you're just going to try and you just assume that that this is going to benefit us? Because from what I can see, it doesn't benefit Europe because the Israelis just end up running a bunch of Arabs out of into Europe. Well, they just got their their beak blunted something decent with this fucking blunder that they just got us to commit with them, because Iran, they won. They're walking out of this literally from zero to hero. We just put them on the map. they're a top 5 world power now because of this bonehead shit that Trump just did with Israel. They're a top 5 power now. And like Russia is a top 3 power. And the reason for that is because Russia controls 10% of the oil on planet Earth, the oil flow. They control 10%. That's a big fucking deal. Iran controlled 4% before this conflict. Iran controls 20% now. The 20% that we controlled before this you know, we literally controlled that 20% of the world's oil 2 months ago. Not anymore. Iran has that power now. That's power. That's real power that we just gave them. We just gave it up for free. Take it. And we made ourselves look stupid to boot. Trump, he is going to, his reputation is done. There's nothing that he can do. He can't redeem himself. I don't think it's, I mean, maybe he could do something that I would have to tip my hat to, but no, I would never see him as a decent president, a decent man, nothing. The guy's, he's a fucking traitor as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you don't just get to fucking destroy our way of life. You know, our way of life as we know it currently. You don't just get to destroy that and then, you know, pretend that it didn't happen, pretend that nothing's different, because it is different. He just handed, nobody knew what Iran could do, and Iran wasn't making a fuss, but now they have 20% control of 20% of the oil on Earth. Well, like I said, Russia was like the third world power. You know, we were the first, China's second, Russia's third. And it's only because Russia had control of 10% of the oil. Yeah, absolutely, Shaolin. But now that Iran has 20%, they may have as much power as we have now. Iran. Like, let that sink in, man. You know, for the last 40 years, our piece of shit ruling elite have been talking smack about this regime. And when they talk shit about it, really, it's out of envy or jealousy. They're gangsters, they're thugs. And they think that they should rule, they should own all of the wealth and they should be doing protection rackets and they should be getting a cut of all the wealth produced. And the fact that Iran was standing in the way of them collecting another 20% of the oil revenue, that's stuck in their craw. They were butthurt about that since the 70s. And they couldn't just let it lay. Couldn't just let sleeping dogs lie. Trump had to go in there like a fucking stupid cowboy, shooting from the hip. Not only did he make us, has he made us look awful, but he's made them look excellent. Excellent. He's made them look clever, smart, strategically competent. He's really done them a solid. Because they were a pariah 2 months ago. The whole world thought they were scum. They don't think that anymore. They more likely think we're scum. I mean, where the fuck did Trump get off thinking that he had the authority to do all this? I mean, this is going to change our lives. Yeah, it is a small club. And I think maybe to their sadness, more and more people will come to see the world in that light. You know, a ruling class that's parasitizing a population of people. That will be, I think that may be just you know, the way people, you know, that would be a good thing though, because that is actually what's going on. And it would be better if more people understood it that way and understood more clearly what those people, you know, like what they're entitled to and what we are entitled to, because they're entitled to their end. You know, you really can't fault them for that. They are entitled because they are running, although they're doing an awful job of running our country at the moment. They are running our country, and they did it pretty decent. I mean, reasonably for a while, but they certainly don't deserve a fucking raise for how they've handled everything. They don't deserve that. I don't know if they're trying to bring about a one world digital ID thing, Skynet type thing. Because you got to think about it. These people are greedy. They're greedy. They don't want to share power. That's why they fight wars. They don't like sharing. They're willing to sacrifice our blood and treasure to take over uh new lands, you know, to take over new lordships. It's like a modern feudalism, because that's exactly how feudalism worked back in the medieval period. You had lords and landowners, and he had serfs, and those people, they were basically indentured servants. They worked his land in exchange for room and board for them and their families. You know, and the serfs, they would work the land for free basically, or for, you know, for cost of living. And the lords, after a while, after the people, you know, they're the populate, because you can only have so many people on per acre of land. And when you start getting overpopulated, where there's more mouths to feed than the land can bear, that's when lords would raise armies and take their extra manpower that they couldn't barely, you know, they couldn't barely feed them. They take them extra manpower, and they would use that manpower to take land from other neighbors, from other lords, to increase their land holdings. That's one way they got rid of extra populations. Another way would be to, um, they would let serfs buy their own, to buy their freedom. Basically, they were known as yeomen. And then I think they also, I think they might have allowed, you know, like married them off sometimes. But you know, this is the same thing as we have today. When a country starts, you know, they have too much their population swells, or they start getting greedy, you know, a population, a group of people, a nation, they start, you know, growing, and it becomes more cramped in their historical home. They'll raise an army, and you know, it culls the herd. And it's funny, like you never hear about population declines happening because of war, like after World War II. Never, there's always a boom. And I always used to think, how can that be when millions of men are killed off? How can that be? They're the extra. Human beings produce more men than are necessary. It's just that simple. It's just far more men than we really need. We can, back in the, like, I think you could lose half your population and carry on just fine from there. Because after World War II, we never had any problems with, like, it was the opposite. We came out of World War II with a population boom. So, and it just pisses me off, really galls me that they handed off. I mean, I'm not upset that Iran, that they're doing better. Good for them. They have done nothing wrong. Nothing that I mean, I guess maybe in the 70s they took American hostages, but we did cause multiple coups in their country. Like, they were pissed off that we kept interfering with their shit because we wanted to steal their oil. So really, we're the transgressors. We're the aggressors. And it's not, man, it's really making us look bad on the world stage. And I don't really care what other countries think of us, but at the same time, it's not, it's hurting our prestige. It's not like it is going to affect us. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we're just the biggest, baddest bully on the block and it doesn't matter what people think of us. No, a lot of our power came from our perceived moral high ground. And the fact that, we were considered like Papa Bear, settling shit. And now, that all that shit that whole facade has been shattered. Absolutely shattered. Which sucks. It really does. Mm-hmm. That's what I was looking for. And I've seen a lot of people in here that I hadn't been seeing for a little while. Sal Bogats. What's up, my dude? It's funny, I actually feature that I didn't realize I had. Hang on. If I can pull it up right quick. See if I can pull it up right quick. Here we go. Heh. Fucking credits, man. Well, think about like this. Basically, what's just happened is the opposite of the fall of the Soviet Union. Pretty much. Because after the Soviet Union fell, we grew a shitload because they collapsed. Well, we basically the opposite is happening. Instead of another country collapsing, they're on the come up now, just like we were uh after the fall of the Soviet Union. So Iran is on the ascendancy right now. They're going to be a top five, or they are a top five world power right now, and half the world is already trying to figure out how to do deals with them. And we're on the decline. We're definitely not top dog anymore, which is an absolute travesty, but fucking Trump is a stupid ass fucking vain prick. You know, how else can you put that? He's scum. Scum of the earth, man. Oh shit. A lot of preppers are in here. Doo-doo deals. Doo-doo deals. Woo! Bruh. Oh, where's that one? Where's the one? Oh, what the fuck happened to it? Oh, here we go. I love that shit. The Metal Gear Solid alert. Did you go? Oh no, I guess not. I thought you'd be able to hear that. It's not. Huh. Yeah. I don't have a browser source for it. Fuck. Hmm. Damn it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that one does have a. Oh my god. Dude. It's like being forced to watch Fiddler on the Roof. Oh fuck, that would suck, bro. Garbage Yiddish fucking. You know what's crazy? Actually, our movie industry has a precursor of the vaudeville entertainment industry where it was live uh comedy, live drama and stuff. Well, there was a Jewish equivalent. Like in America, it was the Yiddish theater. And it was as good as our vaudeville. It was different, you know, to a little bit different, you know, because the English and we have a very specific. Our vaudeville was not like anybody else's theater, really. You know, it had comedians and women, burlesque type shit. And the Yiddish theater, it was Jewish. They were Russians and Eastern Europeans. And like several famous actors from the 20s and 30s American cinema, like Paul Mooney, he played the original Tony Montana in the 1932 Scarface. His name was Tony Camonte in that one, which it's an amazing movie. I just watched it again recently, like I I mean I've watched it a couple times in the last few weeks. Such a good movie. I mean, and the guy was he was a Jewish actor. He was great. Paul Mooney was really good. He played Mexican. He played a Mexican president. All kinds of cool all kinds of cool different parts, and he was the first actor to ever get artistic control over himself. He got to decide what movies that he would star in. He was the first one, and it was with Warner Brothers. Yeah, he played the original Scarface, which was basically an Al Capone story. And he was in a movie called I'm a Fugitive from a Chain Gang. I think that's what it's called. It's really another really good one. And then Juarez is where he played the Mexican president. And then he did one where he played Emile Zola, the famous writer from France, late 19th century. My dad was watching the Blues Brothers last time I saw him. Yeah, he's always really liked that movie. It's pretty good. I don't mind it. Hmm. Oh wow. Oh, did it again. Well, that's understandable, Alex. Life is hard. Life is tough. Especially we're going through a recession. We're fixing to be There's going to be a recession whether we like it or not. But I think actually maybe this we I think we actually kind of this we need that. Like kind of like how hard times brings people back down to earth. You know, I think the Great Depression did America some good, actually. Like America was high on I mean, they were high on their own supply during the 20s, the roaring 20s because of stocks, the stock exchange. And they all went nuts. I mean, even maids had stocks. Everybody had stocks. And we were building this great industrial might, this great industrial machine, and it would have went to our head. But instead, we had the depression, and that generation really knew hunger. They really knew how tough life could be. My grandfather was born in 1932. I mean, he would he never made his kids eat gristle or fucking fat, like, because his dad, he had to eat that shit as a kid. He had to eat organ meat and shit. So he never forced anybody, when he got older. But that shit, he was a skinflint. I mean, he wasn't a cheapskate, but he had money. He was wealthy because he didn't fucking piss his money away. He invested it really wisely, and he wasn't a miser. He was actually quite uh generous later on in his life, but he didn't get there by just pissing his money away. And I think, like they say, good good men produce good times. And good times, or what is it? It's okay. How did I forget that? Yeah, or bad men produce hard times. Hard times produce good men, and good men produce good times. And
Apophis
we're due for
42597
that.
says, look up Nurmagomedov legends in MMA.
Yeah, we're due for some hard, like some adversity. Adversity is good. It reminds you of the stuff that you weren't paying attention to, the good stuff. Nurmagomedov legends in MMA. Huh. I wonder where Mina's at. Freaking pick me. Mina the pick me. She is a pick me. Straight up. It's a perfect way to describe her. Yeah, good men, easy times. Yeah, exactly. Hard times produce good men. Easy times produce weak men. Yeah. And that's kind of where we're at. And Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they need a good kick in the ass, a good kick in the pants. It's not our fault. It's not my fault. My generation's fault. It's like we got shit. We got dealt a shitty hand as well. But I think it's early on enough in those generations' lives that they will make lemonade. You know what I mean? They'll make lemonade somehow with it. I think it's pretty much too late for a lot of us. Like, we just kind of got a shitty hand, is what it is. Man, the Ozarks. I've read several books when I was a kid that were about that took place in the Ozarks, and I've absolutely dreamed of the Ozarks. I don't know if have you guys ever read Where the Red Fern Grows? That took place in the Ozark Mountains. Fucking awesome. He wrote the same guy wrote another book called The Summer of the Monkeys. Oh, it was such a fire book. So good. I read a lot of those books when I was in school too, like middle school, elementary and middle school, and they definitely had a profound effect on me. Like pretty certainly they did. And they were clever stories, you know, like The Summer of the Monkeys. It was about a kid in the Ozarks that a fucking circus train wrecked near his house in the Ozarks, and they lost all their fucking monkeys and their circus animals. And this kid spends the whole summer hunting these fucking monkeys down and catching them. And they tie his knot, or you know, they tie a tin can to his tail and waltz him out. I mean, it just they really took him for a ride. There was one part where he stumbled upon a fucking a still. No, he stumbled upon um some sour mash. He stumbled across some liquor, and these fucking monkeys were eating the sour mash out of the liquor, or out of the big tub. They were eating it. They were drunk as fuck, and it, you know, it was corn mash, so it was sweet. And they get him to eat it. They get the kid to eat it. He's down there in his overalls. They ended up getting him naked and shit, and like running him off. Like he got so drunk, he ended up without any clothes on and shit. But they absolutely outsmarted him because there was a chimpanzee with the monkeys that was like he was directing these monkeys and telling them how to do shit, or helping them get out of jams and stuff. It was such a good story, man. And the kid's grandfather helps him and kind of they come up with ideas and shit, like using a pole with a net on the end to catch these monkeys. Man, it was fucking fire, dude. So is Where the Red Fern Grows. That was about a kid and his dogs hunting raccoons, treeing coons. I love that shit, man. It's such good material. I've always liked that kind of stuff. Robinson Crusoe. I really liked that too when I was younger. Friday and shit. You know, it was just really neat because it's the whole idea of a guy being alone on a desert island that had like that was could sustain human life. You know, it had goats on it, fresh water. Like the idea of pulling like a Robinson Crusoe really takes my you know, it takes my fancy for sure. I love Robinson Crusoe, but like I've always kind of liked the idea of my wits against Mother Nature. You know, that would be great. I would love that. What? Talking shit about my nose? Who the fuck are you? Fight Club is top 3. Okay, sure. It's a good movie, but top three, I don't think so. Not quite. Not quite. Close, but no cigar. Bro, this is pure British. This is pure Scottish. Like good stock, man. You know, I was thinking, I think the Irish and the Scots and the British, we're the Anglo-Saxon and the Celts are are the ones that are known for just a nice geometric nose, nice geometric proboscis. Because I was, you know, if you think, can you think of an Irishman with a big nose? Because like when I think of an Irishman, I think of James Cagney. Had the same, well, didn't have a big fucking hump in the middle. But you think about Irishmen, and typically they do have a pretty curt nose. You know, it's just, it's not big and long and protracted or hooked or anything like that. My dad's is the exact same way. I mean, and his dad's was the same way, like a goddamn pyramid. It's like a fucking pyramid, bro. Straight up, man. I like it though. I mean, I'm glad I don't have a big ass fucking hump in the bridge. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I never really thought of it, and it's been brought to my attention before. Like, and I don't know, just having the big nose and the hair, just being hairy with a big. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's like I would not want to look like Jay's. Well, no, there's a Roman nose that have the hump, you know, and sometimes women have that hump, you know, a hook, or they just have their nose bumps up. It can, you know, broken nose can give you a rough one, but you haven't. Women have natural humps sometimes, and I mean Roman noses are pretty too, but actually, I feel like Roman noses actually kind of have a lot of character. They can be attractive, but you know, I don't really think about this stuff honestly. It's not like I'm sculpted my own. This is not like a work of my skill or something. So it's not really something that you can take credit for. Yeah, Lord of the Flies was all right. It was that was more of a commentary on human beings, how they treated, you know, what would happen if they're thrown in a situation like that. Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Otto Oaks. Yeah, I'm kind of glad yeah, I mean, I don't really do that either. I don't really care if a guy has an ugly nose or a pretty I don't give a shit really. But you know, it would suck to have to be hairy. Like you see like this number here, the happy merchant. You know, some people have those fucking features, man. You feel me? Some people have that shit. Some people like I see that at the Knesset in Israel when they vote for something like to vote to fucking butcher Palestinians and sentence them, hang them. And you see them and they all have their little hats, but they've all got oh shit, I accidentally pressed too many. They've all got their fucking hats on, their big nose, their fucking and they're ethnic. You know, to us, to me, you know, they're not English. I mean, I kind of see everybody, but British men as somewhat ethnic. I mean, for the most part, or people that look wildly different. And I feel like minority Americans that are minorities, they kind of don't realize how homogenous America really is. Because like this is like the rule here in America. Most people don't have big fucking honkers. You know, they don't have a big ass fucking schnoz. And that's because we're all pretty much British for the most part. And it occurred to me like how many Irish, you know, Celtic, British, how many of us really are. You know, yeah, most Americans are British, you know, and they have a pretty typical British features. And black people, they tend to just lump white people all in as one thing. And when that's not it at all, you know, that different countries, different peoples behave very differently. The Spanish, they're psychos, you know, they're known for having really short temper, like they're short fuses, and they're violent. They're known for being violent. And they're all white people's nations, you know, they have their proclivities. They really do. The English have their proclivities, you know, we have like a different sense of humor, a different sense of propriety, what we think looks good. You know, Italians and Mediterranean peoples, they have a little bit more of uh an effeminate masculinity than Northwestern Europeans. The Mediterraneans, you know, they like the jewelry. They like to have a lot of jewelry, a lot of gold, a lot of flash, and cologne. They like to smell pretty. They like product in their hair. They like the greasy hair. You know, it's very effeminate. And it seems like all the Mediterranean, the French, the Italians, the Spaniards, the Greeks, the Grecos, or the Greeks, the Turks, they're all just a bunch of greasy fucking, just a bunch of wops, man. And I don't think Northwestern Europe or Europe is like that at all. It's a much more of a I kind of feel like a more masculine uh culture, but also a more modest culture, a much more, you know, modest as in not flashy, you know, very humble, and bragging is seen as low class, absolutely low class. To humble brag, to boast, to be bombastic, it comes off as boorish and try hard and compensatory. So it's like it's not a good idea. Whereas, you know, the Mediterraneans, they see it differently. They think jewelry is masculine. I see it jewelry as effeminate. Always have. Like a watch, maybe not, maybe. Depends on what kind of a watch, but like jewelry is kind of effeminate. I do get that it has a practical utility that you can sell it. You know, if you're in a pinch, you can get money for it, but and you know that's worth you know, keeping in mind. But you know, to lump all white people in together, it's kind of, and we kind of have a very narrow, like the American gene pool. It's pretty, it's got a pretty healthy chunk is blonde. Like seriously, America is pretty Germanic. We really are. You know, blondes, they got to make up like a good 20-30% of white people practically, maybe even more. You know, it is a very healthy helping of blonde in the American genetics, you know, genome. I mean, that's why we have such excellent female stock, you know, stock wise. You know, they have awful attitudes, but they certainly are excellent stock, excellent breeding stock, as it were. Yeah, I'm the same way. Do you see what that's why I said this, Krieger. I'm the exact same way. My father was the exact same way. Soap is the best cologne. Soap and cleanliness. Cleanliness is next to godliness. A woman is, in my mind, I would always prefer the smell of soap over some stinky ass fucking cologne. I prefer real cleanliness, not just sweet smelling piss. But that's what I mean is our culture is kind of it is real and it is very much so a culture. And I'm glad I don't like the effeminate shit, you know, like or it's not that I don't like it, I just don't it doesn't feel right. You know, you start feeling like a dandy or a fop when you're putting on cologne and spending a lot of time in front of a mirror. Just not down with that shit. And I think that's kind of a Northwestern European way to be. And you know, we're not complainers. You know, I think that's kind of in our culture too. You know, everybody is already having a tough time living as it is. You know, getting on in life and paying their way and doing what being responsible. And nobody has time to listen. You know, we all have our own problems already. Nobody wants to hear each other bitching and moaning about their, you know, and it's kind of an unspoken thing. If you know, you're supposed to suffer in silence. That's what, you know, when people say misery loves company, that's shame. That's saying keep it to yourself. That's not welcome uh in the public commons. You know, misery loves company. Keep that shit to yourself. Nobody wants to hear your negative ass. That's what that is. And that's very German, English, but definitely German. You know, Germans are known for their martial skill, you know, their skill with uh, warfare, defense, and their willpower. You know, and the amount of punishment they'll take. Germans are known for that. You know, they don't bitch and moan and complain and come home and whine about like that's not masculine. Men are supposed to do shit. Like if you're upset, you're supposed to do something about it, not bitch like a woman. That's woman. That's what women. That's how they solve their problems. They talk it out and they get released that way. They feel relief after they talk about it. You know, after they socialize about it. No, that's not. Men don't get satisfaction from talking about their problems. They get satisfaction from solving their problems. Wonder if Nick's gonna come on eventually. Like, what the fuck? It's midnight. Straight up fucking midnight. The fuck? It's on. His channel's rolling. Mackenzie, that sounds like a female name. Oh, it is, isn't it? Hmm. Oh shit. Hello. Didn't even realize that. Huh. I think it's like 10% of my audience is female. Makes sense. You know, honestly, I think really a lot of women they get a bad rep because of a portion of of their population. You know, it doesn't take really all that many bad apples to spoil it for the rest. And I think a lot of the times women, the feminists, they're pushing their agenda and shit, but some women, they have a natural, they're oriented naturally to not go with other women. Like they would rather follow men than follow other women. And I think there is only because of the nose. Man, fuck you. What a dickhead. Like, fuck off, man. Only because that nose. Or I think it's because the hair, actually. I think you're wrong. So, but they get a shitty rep because of these other women. But their instinct isn't to, like, they tend to agree with men, I feel like. And even if they don't necessarily agree with the men, they tend to side with the men. They tend to side with men. They're something about, there's like, this portion of the female population where they just have this chip on their shoulder and they've been propagandized to think that they have to be men and to think that they have to spend their whole life beating up on men, arguing with men, defying men, just constantly being a bitch, being an abrasive bitch. I do believe that Nick just literally went, or he put out his thing. They just be an abrasive fucking bitch. And they spend their whole life doing it. And, and no wonder, people, men, they kind of just lump them all in together because that's a loud ass group of women. They never shut the fuck up. And they've always got something to bitch about. Always. Without fail. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he's fixing to go live here in a second. How old are you, Horizon? Yeah, it is how media portrays us. And a lot of these women, they have bought into it. And really, it's an entitlement. They're entitled. They've been told to be entitled. I don't even blame them so much anymore. I kind of gave up. Or, blame is for small children and God. I mean, really, blame. Adults don't blame. Not in my fucking world. Adults don't blame. Adults take responsibility. Oh, 13. 13, really? Really? That 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 strikes me as, it kind of reminds me of me. Not gonna lie. That reminds me of me. Like how long have you been watching? Like just what, like about 4 or 5 shows now? I think I've seen you for like a week now. Yeah, I do kind of vaguely remember you bringing it up. I do vaguely remember that. But like, what do you like about it? I miss being 13. Yeah. Oh shit. I I know exactly when you're talking about, Alex. I my foreman at Davy Tree Service was 21. I was like 8 years, 6 or 7 or 8 years older than him. He already had a wife and kid. And Eddie, he was a he was a great guy. He lives in Kansas now. 21, but man, he was just a good dude, wasn't a little bitch, wasn't, just a really good-natured fella. And he treated me with a hell of a lot of respect. I treated him with a hell of a lot of respect too. But yeah, he was into Fortnite. I would go over there, get stoned, and watch him play video games. We were both into fucking exotic plants and shit, like pitcher plants, Venus flytraps and whatnot. shit like that. But when I was your age, I listened to FM radio, like rush hour radio, and it was adult radio. I called in a couple times too, but I had the Mouse voice, I had the Mickey Mouse. They thought I was like a woman. And a lot of people, they would mistake me for my mom as a little kid if I'd answer the phone. Now they mistake me for my dad after I, you know, hit puberty and shit. But I would call in those shows even like, I think I was in first grade when I first started calling into that one. There was a show that I remembered watching or listening to. I really liked it. It had a Jewish woman, was a guy named Philip. It was called the Philip File. But the guy, his name was Philip. He was like a 35, 40-year-old white guy. And then it was a Jewish woman named Moira. Oh my God, she had the most obnoxious fucking voice. It was like fucking nails on a chalkboard, my dudes. For real. Politics and 3D printing. Oh yeah, you're the one that it's into 3D printing as well. Or like you were the one that brought that up yesterday, right? That's fucking badass. That you're into that. It's basically like coding, or it's a lot like coding. You have to set up a profile and you have to use the right syntax and the right fucking bracketing and function. It takes some know-how. I mean, I dated one, not super proud of that, but I mean, it is what it is. Wasn't that I didn't date her that long, didn't take it that seriously. But I learned a hell of a lot though. I'll say that I learned a lot about those people and about women too. Mm, me too, Ooh, that was good. That pipe that I've been using lately, that shit is a clay pipe. Uh, it's a clay Peterson pipe. They're nice pipes. They're an Irish pipe company. They've been making pipes since like the mid 19th century. But in World War II, briar, because of all the war, the briar wood, it was scarce, so they used clay as an alternate material. They used meerschaum, and clay was the original pipe material, but it's brittle. It works though. It actually works as good as meerschaum. Because meerschaum, what's nice about that and clay is that it doesn't ghost. It doesn't hold on to the flavor of the last tobacco. Because some tobaccos, they have wildly different flavors, and it'll carry over into the next pipe. It's ghosting. And the meerschaums don't do that, and neither do the clay pipes. And like these ones, they don't gurgle. The other ones, they can gurgle sometimes when they get moisture in the shank. But these Peterson ones, they have a little reservoir below the hole from the bowl. So the liquid collects in the little reservoir, so you never get any gurgling. You never get fucking tobacco juice in your mouth, which is awful. It's awful tasting. Yeah, but they haven't. They only made I think they made them in World War II for a little bit, because of the shortage of materials. And I bought it brand new on eBay for quite a bit. I paid quite a bit too because they're so rare. It was brand new, unused. I fucking broke it in. I like it now. Although if I drop it, it's probably gonna break. But then again, you don't want to drop any of them. Again, honestly, I've really come to appreciate my pipe collection now. For when I first got, like, the first couple years after I got it, it felt like a waste of money, or maybe I wasted the money. But after letting the tobacco, age for a decade, actually, no, I think it was money well spent. Mm. Ooh, got it. Ooh, dime on time. Yeah, the glass blowing is pretty dope. I like that myself. Auto hoax. Mm. Ooh, this is a good fucking blend. King Charles mixture. It's a Balkan blend.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight. On Wednesday, we have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story, we're giving you another update in the war with Iran, day number 33. And tonight, our featured story, we're talking all about Trump's primetime address about the war,
Oh, knew it.
where he said absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I'm glad I didn't cover it, because I thought about it. Yesterday, we discussed what the speech might contain and what he's going to announce. Yesterday, we discussed what the vibes might contain and what he's going to announce. My first thought was, I should stream the speech. And I seriously considered, my first thought was, I should stream the speech. I should cover it.
Fuck that. I didn't do it.
But
either.
then I knew
It's
it
no
would
good.
be
Fuck
nothing.
Trump. He's an
I knew
idiot.
that he would say absolutely nothing, which he then did, giving us no content. So we'll talk about the speech. Like I said, it was basically without any substance at all. There was a big expectation in the past 24 hours based on nothing.
Dash, though.
Based on
Fire.
rumors,
Love
I
it.
guess.
Love it.
That Trump was about to announce an imminent end to the war in Iran. Other people thought he would announce a ground operation, either to secure the highly enriched uranium or to seize one of the islands. But neither of those things happened. Instead, Trump said the war would go on for 2 to 3 more weeks, which is what he's been saying for a long time now. That's nothing new. That is what he and everybody in the cabinet have been saying, especially in the past few days. But that's really been the message since the very beginning, which is a vague, ambiguous timeline. It's not concrete. It's always rolling. It's always 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks, and we got more of the same. So we'll talk about the speech. We're also going to talk tonight about where inevitably this is pointing, which is towards ground operations. And I have been adamant about this, even though the vibes lately, and when I say lately, I mean the past 72 hours, even though the vibes lately have been that the White House is leaning towards ending the conflict almost immediately, and maybe even without opening up the Strait of Hormuz, I have been adamant that more likely than not, all of that is a smokescreen.
Yeah.
It is all a big trick. It's a ruse, because this is how Trump operates, and this is how the conflict has gone for the past year. Not the past 5 weeks, but for the past year. So what was the purpose of the speech if nothing was announced, if he merely reiterated things he's already said? I think the purpose of the speech, like the rest of this stuff, which comes to us in different forms, is to flood the zone with misinformation. And so this is why the administration is talking out of both sides of their mouth. The press office, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, Trump himself, various anonymous sources in the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. All of this is being put out there to effectively saturate the information space. And they don't want Iran to know their next move. And I've also been saying this, we don't even want our allies to know our next move. We don't want our Gulf allies like the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia to know the next move. We don't want our other allies in the Pacific and Europe necessarily to know what we're going to do or what we're willing to accept in the event that we have to withdraw. And the reason being is because with all these moving parts, we are trying to compel everybody to align with us, whether that's Iran opening up the strait, or it's the Gulf helping us in the conflict, or it's Europe and Asia coming to our aid to open up the Strait of Hormuz. I think everybody is being leveraged, and by flooding the zone, by flooding the information space and saturating it with all these different contradictory messages, he's playing different games with all the people that are involved. And that includes, I would add, the domestic oil market as well, which is obviously a major factor. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. We'll get into some of the other developments. There's a big piece that's actually, once again, there's two big developments alongside the speech. In the New York Times, there are anonymous sources telling us that Iran is not negotiating. So any talk of diplomacy, any talk of negotiations, it is made up at worst. At best, it is completely exaggerated and disingenuous. What Trump has said is that Iran has effectively agreed to everything we are demanding, and they are begging for a peace deal, and we are engaged in advanced negotiations. That is all a lie. At the minimum, what Iran acknowledges is that messages are being passed between intermediaries like Pakistan. With that being said, the latest report comes from U.S. intelligence, which says that Iran does not even desire a ceasefire. And they don't want a ceasefire because they're winning. They have the stronger hand. So why would they even want an end to hostilities? If you're winning, then you press the advantage. And that's exactly what they're doing. So we'll talk about that. Simultaneously, however, there's another piece in the Washington Post and in Reuters, which says that Trump is requesting options to invade Iran to secure the highly enriched uranium. And the Pentagon has put together a plan for the paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne to land inside Iran. We're not talking about on the coast. We're not talking about an island. We're talking about deep inside Iran, its nuclear complex. And its nuclear complex consists in 5 or 6 different cities, all inside of Iran. And the big ones are Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan. And these are all in central Iran. So to the extent that we have talked about a ground operation to open up the strait or to seize control of their oil, we are talking about small islands in the Persian Gulf and in the strait. This is the mainland. This is not the coastline. And Trump has specifically requested those plans, and the Pentagon has prepared them. And it looks like maybe they will pull the trigger on something like that this weekend or maybe in the future. So we'll talk about that as well. And that's going to be our coverage for Iran. If we have time, we'll talk about a deal which has just been agreed upon by House and Senate Republicans. They may vote on it tomorrow morning, which will end the partial government shutdown with the Department of Homeland Security. And get this, they're basically going to let the Democrats defund ICE and Border Patrol.
Of course they were.
So you might have seen that the airport security lines are wrapped around the block. The TSA is being furloughed. And this is because there's a partial government shutdown. Democrats agreed to fund a half dozen government departments and agencies, but they refuse to give any money to fund Homeland Security. And they say they won't do that unless and until the White House makes a compromise on how ICE is conducting the deportations. Well, this new Republican spending package, it funds everything in DHS, but not ICE and not Border Patrol. And that's why Democrats are agreeing to it. And so that means that in order to keep ICE and Border Patrol going, we're going to have to dip into all that money, which was allocated last year in the big, beautiful bill. Not ideal, not the best. So this is a taste. Think of it. The current situation is that Republicans control the White House, of course. We control the House and the Senate. Democrats have just defunded ICE and Border Patrol with the minority in the Senate. So what is that going to look like next year when the Democrats control the House? Right now, they're a minority in both chambers, and they defunded ICE and Border Patrol. They won. They did it. What does that look like in a year when they actually control the House, maybe even the Senate as well? Well, it's not going to be good. Next 3 years are going to be pretty rough. So if we have time, we'll talk about that as well. But it should be a pretty good show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show.
Smash that like button, you slobs.
Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. We have our brand new spring lineup. Spring collection, hoodies, t-shirts, hats, shorts. It's all there. And it's great stuff. It's very high quality. Screen printed. And it's kind of like a custom look. It's like a cropped, boxy fit.
Iran is the victim.
Just how I like it. Just to my specifications, my body type, let's say. So check it out, Fuentes.store. If you want to support the show, subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. It's $15 a month. You get access to the entire archive, every episode of the show, all that stuff. And for $100 a month, you get access to the group chat, which I am also in. And I'm in there every day, dropping messages, extra bonus content, voice messages, additional shows, basically. And I dropped a voice message today gloating about the speech tonight. So if you want to check that out, but that's really just for the important and rich people. It's not for everybody. It's $100 a month. Who can afford that in this economy? It's only for very important, very rich people. So I wouldn't expect most of you to understand. That's AmericaFirst.plus. Okay, with that, we're going to dive into the show. What else is going on? What's going on in my life? Nothing. Nothing at all.
I got a new boyfriend.
I mean, nothing really. I'm so bored. I feel like we're living through the worst content drought of all time. OAT. Worst content drought of all time. Shit is dry as hell. Where's the content? We had Clavicular, and he's still doing the 30-day marathon, so that's great. But I feel like aside from that, there's just nothing really popping off. Candace, I don't know who's even watching this Erica Kirk thing. She's kind of faded away a little bit. And Tucker interviewed Dave Smith again, which I like Dave, but it's like, okay, the Jews control America. Give it a rest already, am I right? That's a joke. I feel like there's just no real content. I was talking to a buddy today. I'm like, just nothing feels like it's popping off. I'm kind of ready for the spring, ready for the summer. When are people going to do something? Come on, do something. Can we get another pandemic? Can we get a nuclear holocaust? Can we get another real? No, not actually, though. That's obviously a joke. I'm obviously kidding when I don't actually want a real holocaust, obviously. I would just like some content. The only thing that's going on is my feud with Mark Levin. Have you seen this? Mark Levin, he just keeps telling me the same thing. Yesterday he tweeted, "Hey, little Adolf, get out of my country."
Yeah.
And I said, "Your country? I'm not in Israel."
Bro, he said that because Nick said, I don't want to fucking fund Israel anymore. And then that guy responds by saying, get out of my country. Oh, why? Because I talk shit about another country? You fucking traitor. Jump off a cliff and die.
Everyone
fat little
loved it.
put, you
The
little
crowd went
scumbag.
wild. Then everyone clapped. Mark Levin said, "Well, I'm just trying to do an accent. How does he sound?" He said he's like, "Little Adolf, get out of my country." He kind of sounds like that.
Get out of my
country.
country.
Your country? I don't live in Israel.
Right? That's what
Crowd
I
goes
said.
wild. 100,000 likes. We print engagement here. And then he tweeted it 5 more times. Just in case we missed it. Then he tweeted like 5 more times, "Get out of my country, get out of my country." It's like, we already did this. I already told you. I made the joke
Levin
already.
blocked me.
So there's that.
Fucking scum.
Other than that, I can't even
Can't
bring
wait to piss
myself
on
to
his
tweet
grave.
anything because there's nothing happening. I can't even bring myself. I have nothing to say. Anyway. That's my problem, but we're going to move on. We're going to get into the news. No more procrastinating. We're just going to jump right in. We'll talk about this war in Iran. As you know, week number 5, approaching week number 6. We are beginning week number 6 of the war on Friday night. It will be 5 full weeks of war in Iran on Friday. And there is no sign of the war ending. As you know, we are in a stalemate. The price of oil is exploding. And even after Trump's speech tonight, if the goal was to reassure the markets, it had the opposite effect. And I imagine the reason for this is because the market believed the hype. They thought that the speech would announce an imminent end to the fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine they priced that in.
I swear to God.
They priced in that perhaps the oil market would normalize or begin to normalize starting immediately. And when Trump did not announce that, I think this is why after the speech, oil prices shot right back up.
He's a brittle little
in the
baby.
futures market. And now oil is up to $116 a barrel, I think. So it's steadily climbing. Iran, although they are not launching as many projectiles as before, they are still launching missiles and drones at the Gulf states, at Israel. They're still targeting commercial shipping in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. So everything is basically as it was. Everything is still the way it has been for the past several weeks. The big development from tonight, as you know, is the primetime address by President Trump earlier tonight at, I believe, 9 o'clock Eastern time is when it broadcast. It was about 20 minutes. And I'll just refresh your memory a little bit. Where we have been for the past 48 hours is there has been, it seems, a concerted messaging campaign, I think originating from the White House, trying to convince people that the president is leaning towards ending the conflict immediately. And this would be a shock. This would really be a pivot. Because when Trump announced the conflict initially, he articulated 5 major goals, almost none of which have been achieved. Trump sought to destroy Iran's missiles, destroy Iran's navy, destroy their nuclear complex, pursue regime change. And I think there was one other major objective that I'm forgetting right now. None of these have been achieved, with the exception of sinking Iran's navy. That's about it. We have not suppressed their ability to launch missiles and drones. We have not destroyed their nuclear complex. We have not seized or destroyed their stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Oh, the regional proxies. We've done nothing to the proxies at all. And the Iranian regime remains intact. So we articulated 5 objectives at the beginning. At best, we've achieved exactly 1, which is really the least important, and that is sinking their navy. Of course, as the conflict has gone on, another victory condition has actually emerged, and this is now the central and overriding one. Since the conflict and those 5 objectives were announced 5 weeks ago, Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. And in order for the conflict to end, you can tack that on at the end of the list. For us to end the war, we now also need to wrest control of the strait from Iran, either by accomplishing some of those other objectives or getting them to make an agreement through negotiation. So now the objectives are topple the regime, destroy their nuclear complex, destroy their missile production capacity, destroy the regional proxies, and open up the Strait of Hormuz. So we really have not achieved anything. If anything, we're going backwards. So in the past 48 hours, there has been all this messaging saying that Trump is ready to resign from the conflict, and the United States is basically going to surrender. Achieving none of these things, not even opening the Strait of Hormuz. And there was a lot of talk that Trump would even be okay with this, that Trump would end the war without even opening up the strait, which you might consider would be the bare minimum. That would get us back to the status quo from before the war. So this has been the talk. This has been the buzz.
Trump is just he's
on Monday,
awful.
on Tuesday.
He's doing
and
us
this
so
led
dirty.
to a lot of speculation all day yesterday that this primetime address earlier tonight would be an announcement to that end. And so all day yesterday, people said Trump was going to announce that we were ending the conflict, we were winding it down, we were phasing out of the war, and we might even leave without opening up the strait. That was the expectation. Now, yesterday, presciently, I said I don't think that's true at all. My prediction for the speech came true 100%. And if you watched the show last night, I said it could go either way, but my prediction for the speech is that it's going to be a nothing burger. He is going to hijack the primetime slot. He's going to get all the eyeballs on him. He's going to tout his achievements in the war, and he's not really going to announce anything. That's exactly what happened. And so tonight he went live at 8 o'clock and gave a 20-minute speech, and he talked about the original justification for the war. He leaned into this angle that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon and that we had to engage Iran so that eventually we could seize their highly enriched uranium. So you could say that part of the speech was remaking the case for the whole war altogether. In the same way that he laid out the case is that Trump said the war is going to go on for another 2 to 3 weeks. And as far as any indication of where things are going, that's about all we got.
Always does that.
And this is a story about the speech. This is from the Wall Street Journal. It says, quote, President Trump sought to reassure skeptical Americans that the war in Iran is in the national interest, arguing that the operation was necessary to decimate a regime threatening the U.S. and insisting that economic pain would be short-lived. In a 20-minute address from the White House, his most direct sales pitch to the nation since the war began a month ago, Trump said the U.S. had succeeded on the battlefield and declared that U.S. military objectives would be completed very shortly. Trump said he still aims for a diplomatic agreement to end the war, but in the meantime, he vowed to hit Iran extremely hard in the coming weeks and pummel the country back to the Stone Ages where they belong. The Strait of Hormuz, the war's most notable flashpoint, would open up naturally once the war ended, Trump said. He said they're going to want to be able to sell oil, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
It's a P-lip.
He encouraged other countries to build up some delayed courage and wrest control of the strait from Iran. He said, go to the strait and just take it. Protect it. Use it for yourselves. Perceptions of the war are mixed and fall largely along party lines, according to polling. In a recent Fox News survey, 80% of voters said they are concerned about the rising cost of gasoline, which has surged as the war affects global energy prices and threatens to muddle Trump's messaging about the economy going into the midterm elections. So this is a speech, and the only pronounced effect of the speech is that actually oil went right back up. And like I said, I think that the financial markets had been successfully comforted and reassured in the past 2 days. They drank the Kool-Aid like all of you did, I imagine, because that has been, it's very noticeable. It's very conspicuous that the constant drumbeat from the media for the past 72 hours has all been saying, based on insider information, based on anonymous sources, that Trump is leaning towards ending the war. And that has also been telegraphed by elements inside the administration as well. Like I said, State Department, the press office. And so I think the stock market bought it. I think they bought it. I think they really believed that this primetime announcement was going to be that the war is ending post tense. It's going to wind down and we are going to withdraw without achieving our objectives. And on the news that the war is going to continue for at least 2 to 3 weeks, that we're going to bomb them even harder. And Trump says we're going to wrest control of the strait, or other countries are invited to. Investors know that means there's really no plan still, and there's no end in sight. So oil prices went right back up after the speech ended. So what was the purpose of the speech, actually? Well, I think, and I said this at the beginning of the show, and I've been saying this for the past couple of days, you have to understand that all Trump does is lie. It's by design. This is the function of rhetoric from the White House. This is how Trump sees it from a doctrinal point of view. I don't know actually how to say that. But that's the Trump doctrine, which is you flood the zone, you saturate the information space with disinformation or contradictory information, and the purpose of it is to throw your enemies and even your allies off balance. So why do they want the public writ large, the whole world, why does the administration want the world to believe that they're ready to wrap up the fighting even without opening up the Strait of Hormuz? I think I'm one of the few people that has recognized this. It is because Trump wants other countries to do his dirty work. What is the problem?
You want to get him to bail him out.
As we've talked about, we are stuck. We made an attempt to destroy the Iranian regime, and we failed. We took a shot and we missed. And what this has allowed Iran to do is seize the Strait of Hormuz and take a fifth of the world's energy hostage. And we have no ability to take it back. Because the regime survived, it is now actually stronger. So it's not going anywhere.
It's getting more powerful.
And what's more, Iran prepared for exactly this scenario. They prepared for a decapitation. And that is why not only do they have a very deep bench, which is thoroughly integrated in Iranian society, and that's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, but it's also a decentralized command. So they actually don't need their command, control, and communications, which have been neutralized by Israel and the United States, because they have delegated out to IRGC lieutenants and commanders their instructions. And that is why throughout this massive country, you have very small, very mobile, very abundant weapon systems that are well hidden, placed everywhere, and they're operated by freelancing members of the IRGC. That is why for the past 5 weeks, drones and missiles are being launched all the time, because they're not necessarily getting communication from the center. They don't need it. So Iran is prepared for exactly this eventuality. They survived the initial strike, which is all they needed to do. The regime is not toppled, and actually now it's fortified, because there's a rally around the flag effect, and that goes not just for the public, which supports the regime, which is under attack, but also for the regime itself. There is no factionalism. There doesn't seem to be a lot of cracks. They're sticking together, and they're still able to attack the Persian Gulf, the Gulf cooperation countries, and Israel. So we're trapped in this situation, as we've discussed, where it seems that the only way out is either a complete surrender, and that involves giving control of the strait to Iran permanently and formally, which is unacceptable, or we have to escalate. But Iran and we and everyone knows that we have no ability to escalate. The only way that we can fight harder is to deploy a ground force of some kind. And the way this is set up is that if that happens, we may win, but we have to give it our all, and a lot of people are going to die. It's actually a question whether the United States could ever prevail against Iran short of using nuclear weapons. Could we even succeed if we did an Iraq-level invasion of Iran? I don't know that we would even win that. Iran has 1 million soldiers. They have rigged their country for this eventuality. They have a massive population. If Israel can't take Gaza, the United States is not taking Iran under any circumstances. But if we wanted to escalate things, that's the only way we could go. And if we could win, whether that's true or not, it would involve a very high cost in human life. And a lot of Americans would die. And so Iran knows, and we know, this is politically unacceptable for Trump to do this. So Trump has devised these other options. Take the islands, take the uranium, do these things. I think, however, that what he really is looking for is to throw somebody else's army at the problem. What he really wants, and this is a pure guess, this is pure speculation, what he really wants is maybe for the Gulf countries or a coalition of other countries, either to do the fighting on the ground or to pick up the baton from us and carry on the fighting at a low level in perpetuity. Maybe that's the plan. It's clear that Washington is looking for an off-ramp, okay? The White House wants out of the fighting, but they also recognize that we need the Strait of Hormuz. We also can't get it. We can't compel Iran to give it up. We probably can't take it back by force. If we tried, many Americans would die. But if we don't do it, then we effectively give it to Iran, and this is a complete humiliation. It's a strategic defeat, and the whole energy market is held hostage by Iran in a formal and institutional and official way. So maybe the off-ramp that Trump is seeking is to delegate the fighting to the junior partners. And he's maybe seeking partners like Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Israel, and maybe even countries in the Pacific or Europe, to police the region so that we can recuse ourselves from the fighting because of political reasons, basically. And so that brings me back to, what is the purpose of all of this messaging? What is the purpose of the speech? Well, I don't believe that Trump is seriously going to leave the conflict ceding the Strait of Hormuz to Iran. But maybe they want Japan and South Korea and Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Europe to think that. Because if these countries think that we're willing to do that, this is a big problem for them. And it's a problem for them first. Because after all, it's their oil. The oil that comes from the Persian Gulf. And Trump even said this. If you paid close attention, in the address tonight, Trump said, we don't get oil from the Persian Gulf. And he's right. We are energy independent. We still do import oil based on the type of oil refining infrastructure that we have, like in Texas and in Louisiana. So we tend to want to import heavy sour oil as opposed to light sweet oil, which comes from the oil fields in America. But nevertheless, we're self-sufficient, and the oil that we do import comes from Canada. So Trump said, we don't actually need their oil, and we're going to get none of it, actually. We're okay with having zero oil from the Persian Gulf, from Saudi Arabia. And what's the subtle implication there? The implication is that if Iran is looking to leverage the United States by closing the strait, the only way they're going to affect us is by increasing the price of oil, but they're not going to affect our supply of oil. And what that means is we're always going to have energy. We're going to have electricity, and we're going to have fuel, and we're going to be okay. It might cost us more money, but we'll have what we need. It's all those other countries that are going to have the very acute energy shortage, because it is they that will stop getting their shipments of oil and natural gas. It's India, South Korea, Japan, Malaysia,
getting their oil.
Taiwan,
They're
China,
for it at the Strait.
less so China. They mostly run on coal. But it's these Asian countries that are going to get hit first, and they're going to get hit really hard because they're not easily going to be able to replace all that oil they get from the Persian Gulf. And the same goes for Europe.
Still getting
Europe is totally dependent on liquefied natural gas, and that is going to increase very much because Qatar is shut down, because 20% of the LNG comes from that country through the Strait of Hormuz. So why does Trump want the world to believe he's ready to walk away? It is because he wants Iran to think that they don't have as much leverage over us as they might believe. And he also wants our allies to think that we're willing to leave them high and dry. We're going to break it without buying it. We're going to destroy the global energy market. We're going to give Iran the Strait of Hormuz, and all these other countries will be holding the bag. They will have to negotiate to get their oil out. They will have to maybe pay a toll. And the shipping cost for their energy is going to go way up, even if they eventually get it. They're going to have these disruptions. They're going to have to pay more money for their fuel. It's going to hit them harder, and it's going to hit them earlier than it's ever going to touch the United States. So I think that's the playbook. And what that points toward is that we're actually not ready to leave the conflict. We're still deeply committed to those original objectives. Let's talk about some of the other news. The other story from Iran is that U.S. intelligence has confirmed to the U.S. media that Iran is not interested in negotiating at all. This is a story from the Times. It says, quote, multiple U.S. intelligence agencies have assessed in recent days that the Iranian government is not currently willing to engage in substantial negotiations over ending the U.S.-Israeli war. The assessments say the Iranian government believes it is in a strong position in the war and does not have to accede to America's diplomatic demands. While Iran is willing to keep channels open, they said it does not trust the United States and does not think President Trump is serious about negotiations. The assessments align with recent statements from Iranian officials who reject Mr. Trump's assertion that the two sides are making progress in discussions mediated by other countries. A spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry said on Wednesday that the government in Tehran had not asked for a ceasefire, despite a statement from Mr. Trump that morning that it had. The Iranian government could engage diplomatically under the right conditions, say Iranian officials and a Pakistani official. This is the most important part here. Tehran wants to see that Washington is willing to talk seriously about ending the war and not just negotiate a temporary ceasefire, they said. This is maybe the most important thing to understand about the war in Iran right now. And let's back it up. First, let's just say the obvious. All of these ultimatums and deadlines that are being put down under the pretext that the U.S. and Iran are making progress on a deal, right? Almost 2 weeks ago, Trump said that if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to bomb their power grid and their power plants and all their civilian infrastructure. But then he said, we are not enforcing the deadline because Iran wants to make a deal. Then he extended the deadline again. He said Iran begged us to give them another extension, which I have graciously allowed. So the current frame, okay, the current strategy here, going back not a week ago, but almost 2 weeks ago, since the previous Saturday before last, has been that we are holding off on escalating because we are waiting on these negotiations being mediated by Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. Well, what has been clear since then and what has been confirmed now is that that is a lie. That is not happening. Trump is misrepresenting this. What is happening is that messages are being passed between Iran and the United States indirectly through intermediaries. Yes, Iran and the United States are passing messages through Pakistan, but these are not negotiations. This is not diplomacy, and it is not progressing. There is no advanced stage negotiations. Trump has variously represented to us that they're going to meet with Iranian officials in a third country. Not happening. Trump has represented to us that Iran wants to make peace. As far as we know, that's not true. Iran wants to keep the war going. Trump has represented to us that there is substantial agreement and progress on a potential deal. That's also not true. Obviously, if there's no direct talks, no meetings, no negotiations, then how could they have come to an agreement? And actually, what is true is the opposite, that the United States is seeking a maximalist suite of demands, and Iran is pursuing their own demands, which are almost the exact opposite of what the United States is looking for. And this tracks with what Iran has been saying. All along the way, Iran and its government officials have been telling the media, we never begged for peace. We don't want a deal. We don't trust the United States. What we want from the U.S. is for them to leave the Middle East and pay reparations and give us the Strait of Hormuz. So this shows and confirms that the U.S. has been lying. Iran is telling the truth. What does this tell us about these deadlines? If Trump is telling us that we're not going to escalate against Iran because diplomacy is making a lot of progress, and that's not true, then what is Trump really doing? Because we are supposed to believe that officially, what we're being told from the government is, if you were to say, what's the plan right now? What are we doing? So what's the game plan here? Trump would tell us, well, we're waiting until April 6th. I threatened to bomb them and they came begging me for a deal. And we're working that out. We're going to give them until April 6th, and then we're really going to hit them. Well, if we now know that that's a lie, we're not waiting on a plan because there's no negotiations. We're not waiting on a deal because Iran doesn't trust us. Then what's really happening here? Why are we waiting? Because consider that every single day that passes, it's probably hurting us more than it's hurting Iran. If that weren't the case, Iran might sue for peace and they might reel it in. If this war were really devastating, if these airstrikes were doing something, if they feared death, maybe they would be begging for negotiations. But they're not. They're perfectly comfortable getting hit thousands of times every day. But on the other side, this is catastrophic for the United States because it's causing an energy shock, it's causing prices to go up, and this is threatening to destroy the U.S. economy. Inflation is ticking back up. Mortgage rates are going back up. This may be devastating for the AI industry, which is driving all of our economic growth. This really threatens to send us into a death spiral. We're not talking about $5 gas and that's it. We're talking about like a recession, maybe a global recession. And this would track with other energy shocks in history. You get an energy shock, you get a recession. So Trump, by pushing this 2 weeks, however much longer it's going to be, he said 2 weeks, 10 days last week. Now he says 2 to 3 weeks tonight. Every day that Trump pushes this out, we are being hurt more. So clearly there's some reason. It's not because there's a peace process going on. Iran is not looking to make a deal. So why are we not withdrawing right now? Why are we prolonging the pain? I think it's very clear that something is being prepared. Something is taking time, but it isn't diplomacy. And as we've talked about all along, while there's talk about advanced stage negotiations and diplomacy, while Trump is making these empty threats that he refuses to enforce, in the meantime, reinforcements are arriving in the Middle East. A third aircraft carrier strike group is being deployed, the USS George Bush. 5,000 Marines, 5,000 paratroopers, 10,000 additional ground forces are all being moved into position in the Middle East. In the meantime, and this is something that hasn't been discussed too much, the Gulf countries are participating more in the fighting. This is something that has been happening gradually and quietly, but Saudi Arabia and the UAE are joining the fight. Whereas in the initial stages of the conflict, Saudi Arabia would not let us use their airspace, would not let us use their bases to launch attacks. Now they are. Now they are letting us use their bases. Now they are letting us use their airspace. Whereas before, they wanted a quick, decisive strike. They were looking for an off-ramp because their real estate and tourism was being devastated. Now each of them want the war to continue. And they want us to finish the job, and they're more willing to help, even up to and including in ground operations on one of the islands in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. So the speech tonight and these revelations today about how Iran has basically confirmed there's no negotiations, they don't trust us, it points toward Trump is cooking up something, and what that something is an escalation. It is an operation where we will get a decisive victory and we can escalate to a point. And then once we have some leverage, once we have a sufficient boost in morale, then we can withdraw from the conflict without it being a complete defeat, a complete humiliation. But let's expand a little bit more on what Iran said specifically, because this is very important. They say that Iran is not willing to negotiate because they're winning. And this is the dynamic of the conflict. This is what the White House will not acknowledge. It's that right now Iran has all the cards. We actually can't end the fighting. It's the same situation with Russia and Ukraine. We can't end the fighting because we're losing. We're in no position to impose terms because we have no leverage over them. We have to fight this out. We're fighting it out, and they think that they can win, and they are winning. And we have no ability with what we're willing to do, what we're willing to use in our arsenal to change that, to compel them to come to the table, or even to accomplish any of our objectives. And what Iran says is we're not even looking to make a deal right now. They say, but we are open to talking under the right conditions. And the conditions, they say, are that we are looking for an actual end to the war, not a temporary ceasefire.
What's up, biatch?
Now, what's the difference? Because people might say a ceasefire is an end to the war. Well, what this sounds like to me is like when Vladimir Putin says we need to address root causes. When Putin and Trump are negotiating over Ukraine, Trump says we want a 30-day ceasefire. Putin says we need to address the root causes of the conflict first. That sounds like the same thing here. And so what does Iran mean when they say we don't want a ceasefire, we want an actual durable peace? They're saying, and they're right, that a ceasefire benefits the United States. You're losing right now. You're running out of munitions. Your layered anti-missile system is failing. You are getting hit where it hurts, in the Gulf, in Israel, your radar, your THAAD systems, your bases. Your soldiers are suffering traumatic brain injuries and dying. Iran is saying a 30-day ceasefire, a 6-month ceasefire, who does that benefit? It benefits you. We got bombed 13,000 times. You threw everything you had at us. What are you going to do? Bomb us some more? What are you going to do? Kill another general? We have 200,000 of them. Iran is saying at this point in time, a 30-day ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire, that is going to benefit you because that allows you to replenish your stockpile of weapons. That allows you to mobilize more forces in the region. That allows you to recover economically. And in the meantime, Iran is supposed to sit around and wait for the next attack, which almost certainly is going to come because the White House in Israel keeps saying that we still want regime change eventually. Israel says we're not going to get it overnight, but implying eventually we're going to get it. And they know the United States is going to deliver that for them. So Iran is telling us we're winning the war, so we're not going to stop hurting you. We'll talk about peace, but we want a commitment. We actually want some reassurances that this is not going to start up all over again. And what are they going to need for that to happen? They're going to need a peace treaty ratified by Congress. And they're going to need some assurances. They're going to need some assurances that we will be able to control Israel. Maybe the United States can agree. Maybe the Senate will ratify a treaty. But will we commit? Are we able to prevent Israel from provoking Iran, antagonizing Iran, starting this all over again like they appear to have done preceding Midnight Hammer and even this operation, threatening to engage Iran unilaterally? That's what Iran is looking for. And so it goes back to those negotiations from a year ago, from a month ago. Is there going to be a peace deal? Well, you have to analyze what the different sides are looking for. And what Iran says is we're not doing a ceasefire. We're winning, you're losing, you've thrown everything you have at us, and we survive. What's another couple of missiles? We're now going to give you 6 months to get ready for...
Now remember this too, Iran, they've been using their old stock. They have not used a single missile that has been produced within the last decade. Their newest shit is yet to come. So they're not even, like, they're stronger than they were when they, their firepower is anyway, than when the war started.
Other attack. And they know that we are better suited to regroup and get it together than they are. it's going to benefit us more than it will benefit them. We're actually going to enjoy a comparative advantage. If we get a 6-month reprieve, it will be more beneficial than it will be for them. So Iran says, we want a ratified treaty. We want commitments. We want to know you're never going to do this again. And on the other hand, the United States, they want to topple Iran.
says,
They want
you
an
know
out
better.
so that we can regroup and get together and bomb Iran again. And so that's why what the United States is seeking is we want them to give up their missiles, their proxies, their highly enriched uranium, their nuclear program. Why are we demanding all of these things now? Because we know that if we leave and we don't get them, we're going to have to come back eventually. So that's why we're asking for it right now and saying we have to have it, because if we don't, we have to come back. And I know that Trump doesn't want to do that, and the administration doesn't want to do that. Because if we come back, it's going to disrupt the oil market all over again, and it's going to be very unpopular in America again.
APLPHIS 42,597 says, more is mine.
But what that tells us is that these two positions couldn't be further apart. Trump wants a maximalist menu of demands. He wants a complete and total surrender from Iran. Iran is telling the United States, you're not getting what you want, and you're not even getting a reprieve. We want a commitment that you'll never go to war with us to achieve these objectives ever again. So there's not going to be a peace deal. It's not going to happen anytime soon. It may not happen, period. And this is something you guys need to understand. Don't you get it? This is not going to end. This is going to keep going. What's the off-ramp? Exactly. What can the United States do at this point? How are we going to take back the strait? How are we going to prevent Iran from launching drones at this 5-mile wide choke point in the Persian Gulf? We can't. Can't do it. Invade an island won't work. Invade Karg Island won't work. Iran would probably rather destroy it than have it taken hostage by the United States. How are we going to topple the regime? It won't work. And Iran is telling us we're winning. We're not giving up until we get a durable peace. So there is no end in sight. When they tell us 2 to 3 weeks, that's bullshit. They're telling you that because they know that is a satisfying answer. Are we going to be there yet? Yeah, 10 more minutes. Is this war over yet? Yeah, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. It's almost like that's psychologically calibrated to be as minimally offensive as possible. People can wrap their heads around 2 weeks, and they can understand it's not going to happen anytime soon, but it is going to happen. And then in 2 weeks, people are going to forget, and they'll be ready for another 2-week extension. So what's really going to happen, I believe, is that Trump, like I said, if there's no peace talks happening, if there's no peace in sight, and if the administration wants everybody to believe that peace is about to break out imminently, it is because he's preparing an escalation, and he wants as much help as he can get. The other story from this, from the war and from today, is from the Washington Post, and it says that Trump specifically requested a military plan from the Pentagon to invade Iran and seize their stockpile of highly enriched uranium. And this is that story. It says, quote, the U.S. military has given the president a plan to seize nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium in Iran that would involve flying in excavation equipment and building a runway for cargo planes to take the radioactive material out. The complex plan was briefed to the president in the past week after he asked for that proposal. In another sign of Trump's interest in pursuing such an operation, he encouraged Americans to tune in to a show by Fox News host Mark Levin on Saturday. During the episode, Levin said the United States should deploy specialized ground troops to take Iran's uranium stockpile. Levin said, quote, why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium. And I've heard from a friend of a friend of a family of the 82nd Airborne, the paratroopers, that is the operation. They're going to invade Iran to take out the uranium. And understand what this involves. This is 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium buried deep underground. And not only is it buried deep underground, but it's buried underneath rubble. So how do you get 1,000 pounds of uranium hexafluoride canisters, not only out of this underground fortress, but this underground fortress where all the entrances have been caved in by Earth because we bombed them last year? How are you going to do that inside of a country that is hostile, armed to the teeth with drones and missiles? We can't even stop them from bombing the Strait. We're going to go into the middle of their country and do this complex engineering operation to retrieve all this stuff and then get it out of there. You can't destroy it. You can't blow it up. It's not a video game. You can't go in there and nuke the nukes. You have to go in. You have to bring in excavation equipment. You have to bring in heavy machinery like construction equipment. You got to clear the tunnels and the entrances. You got to clear all the earth and all the debris. You got to move it out. You need specialists to come in, get all that uranium, and they got to be specialized because it's radioactive material, which might be damaged, might be leaking. You got to load it up into a specialized transport container. And then you have to build a runway close to where you excavated it, fly planes in, load it up on the plane, and fly it out. How long does that take? Well, it doesn't take hours. It doesn't take days. That takes weeks, maybe months. So we're dropping in there with how many people? Thousands of soldiers, thousands of logistics people, tens of thousands. We're flying into the middle of their country in airspace that we don't fully control. We're landing in the middle of the mountains with all our equipment, with our tens of thousands of people, building a runway. And by the way, this is a country that has 3,000 ballistic missiles and probably an infinite amount of drones that will be launching at us the entire time that we're doing it. So we'll be there for weeks as we're getting hit with drones and missiles, getting the highly enriched uranium out. This is one of the things that is being discussed. And it's probably what you need to do to end the conflict. What are the main things we need to achieve? Well, it's less so the regional proxies. They can be dealt with. And it's less so the missiles, although that is arguably a priority too. The big ones are opening up the strait and getting the uranium out. Well, if Iran is not compliant, then we have to take the uranium by force. We have to do it this way, and better do it now than later, so the thinking goes. And how do you get the Strait of Hormuz opened? Once again, if you can't get them to cooperate, you need leverage. So we might get both. We might get both an operation to take the uranium and an invasion of the islands. And I think this is why Trump is trying to compel our allies to help us. This is going to be very complex, very logistically difficult. People are going to die. And I think that Trump wants cooperation from the Saudis and the Emiratis to take the islands. And maybe that's step one. Maybe that's a beachhead. Maybe that's advancing towards the mainland. He wants cooperation and support from the other countries too, maybe for the same operation. And then the ultimate goal is, once you have the islands, maybe they want to fly into Iran and get all that material out. And then we can say mission accomplished, because only then can we really let Iran collapse. We need control of the energy market, and we can't realistically collapse Iran while they have that uranium buried underground, because the question becomes, if Iran becomes a failed state and destabilizes, or if some other kind of regime takes power, what happens when they make a move to get the uranium? Trump says, well, we're going to be watching closely, making sure they don't make a move for it. Well, how can you compel them not to take it? How can you compel them not to do that? So all of this points towards an escalation where Trump wants to lock arms with every other country. He wants to offload the cost of all the fighting to as many other countries as possible. He wants it to be diffuse, so that when we go on the island, it's not just going to be the U.S. and Israel going alone, or really the U.S. going alone. He wants the Emiratis to help us launch the attack. He wants cover from the Saudi and Emirati Air Force. Maybe he wants Emirati Special Forces, which have been somewhat effective in Yemen and elsewhere. I think that is the play here. And what are the prospects for success? I mean, on some level, you're rooting for America because you don't want the soldiers to die. But I think a lot of them are going to die. And I don't think the odds of success are high here in either of these operations. If we take Karg Island, if we take an island in the Strait of Hormuz, if we try to take this highly enriched uranium, none of this is going to happen without a hitch. This is not like kidnapping Maduro. Nothing close to it. This is not like bombing the Houthis in Yemen, which is basically no risk, no cost to us, relatively speaking. This would be arguably the most complex special forces operation in history by far. The biggest in terms of personnel, the most sophisticated, the most complex, and that means the most risky. And you're going to have casualties. So what happens when we engage Iran in this way and thousands of Americans start to die? Does this make it easier for us to leave? And what does Iran do after we steal their uranium and take their islands? Are they just done? People don't understand. This is bad. And it's going to keep going on and on and on unless we are able to cut our losses and put Israel in their place. That's it. We could share the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. We could get them to give up their nuclear program. We had a nuclear deal with them for 10 years, or we should have had it for 10 years. What is standing in between the U.S. and Iran making a deal is that Israel, because of their foreign policy, has to undermine it. It's that simple. We're either going to destroy our country, crash the global economy, we're going to bleed out in this bear trap that we can't get out of, or we can restrain Israel and tell the Jews no. That's your options. And we're literally going to kill our country because we can't tell these fucking people no. That's Mark Levin. And Mark Levin, this guy is scary. This guy is a scary nut job. You want to, and by the way, you know what's really interesting about all this? What is the rhetoric about Iran? What are we told about why we're at war with Iran and what is the problem with Iran? Well, the narrative goes something like Iran is led by hateful religious zealots. They want a nuclear weapon and they're going to use it against Israel and the United States because of their apocalyptic vision of bringing about the end times and their pure hatred for these other groups. So what exactly does that make Mark Levin and Netanyahu and Ben Gvir
absolute scum
and all these ministers in the Israeli government? What does that make them?
Disgusting.
Are they not religious zealots possessed by an apocalyptic vision of the eschaton? Mm-hmm. Are they not hateful? Are they not seething, foaming at the mouth, bloodthirsty with hatred and anger,
on their lapel,
looking to destroy and kill Iranians? Are they not nuclear armed? Have they not threatened to nuke their enemies in the past? It's exactly the same thing. Look at Mark Levin. He is the chief propagandist for the war. Somehow he's on Fox News. He's on Twitter promoting it every day. Trump is promoting him all the time. Out of all the commentators, out of all of them, Brian Kilmeade and Jesse Waters on Fox, or Tucker Carlson and others on the internet, out of all the commentators that are out there, it's Mark Levin that Trump is promoting. Watch his show. Everyone that's against him isn't really MAGA. He's the real guy. Everyone that doesn't like him is stupid.
Paranoid.
Mark Levin wraps his arm around Trump's neck. The United States president and Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who famously grabs Macron's hand and tries to literally throw him on the floor on his ass. Mark Levin puts his arm around his neck
Levin strong
and says,
him.
yeah, we love this guy.
That little midget troll.
And then Trump goes on True Social and says, anyone that's against Mark Levin is against MAGA. He's a genius. He only puts America first. He's the chosen one. Watch his show. And look at Mark Levin, who's at war with Megyn Kelly, Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, me, Candace, all these people seething with hatred about the Iranians. Who was there last year? A week before Midnight Hammer, it was Ike Perlmutter, look him up, Jewish billionaire, and Mark Levin that had lunch with Trump at the White House before the first strikes against Iran. So what is this? What is this? What is going on here? Because that looks to me like an alien invasion. That looks like Trump is literally owned by Mark Levin like a bitch. Owned by Mark Levin, who is some sort of conduit for Israeli influence. Who knows exactly what his role is? But he has
He's a
clearly
patsy.
been appointed as some kind of liaison, some kind of ambassador, but he is obviously a spoke
Trump's
that leads
minder.
to Israel, which is the nucleus of all of this. It was him who was at the Republican Jewish coalition in November and practically declared war on Tucker and Vance and me.
He's going to
And
censor
now it's Mark
everybody.
Levin that's at the front promoting this war. And it's Mark Levin being ceaselessly promoted by Trump and apparently telling us about this operation to take the uranium in Iran.
Wow, I get
This is going
2,000
to
views per
absolutely
video. Fuck.
ruin the United States.
Awful.
It's hard to see how we ever get out of
Rightfully
this
so.
one. How do we extricate ourselves from this? It's not happening in 2 to 3 weeks.
Mm-mm.
I don't know that it'll happen in a few months.
I don't know what'll ever happen.
We may
dude.
still be here in a year. Who knows?
Oh.
But this is a very bad situation. And people like me have been saying this for years. And I want you to remember, don't just remember the people that were in favor of this. Remember the people that were indifferent
That
to
went
all
along.
of this. You understand the difference? Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, they've been in favor of war with Iran. And most people were against.
A lot of them
But
know
for the
what was
past
happening
2.5
and they went
years,
along.
as we have marched step by step, one foot over the other towards this war, it's not them that were the problem. It wasn't those guys. It was all these other people that were ostensibly against the war, but told us to look the other way. Told us to be indifferent to it. Told us that was a distraction. Told us that wasn't a real issue. It was a throwaway comment because this has been going on for a long time. In 2024, Netanyahu told Trump, Iran is trying to assassinate you. Why do you think he told him that? It's very transparent. Why do you think he said that? It's because he wanted to poison the well. He wanted to sabotage that relationship so that Trump was primed to bomb Iran when he got in. This has been going on for a long time. And the pro-Israel crowd, they're not exactly wrong when they say that Trump has always been saying Iran can never be a nuclear power and we're going to stop them. They're not wrong. It's just that people in the middle always downplayed that. I didn't. I said during the election, Trump will take us to war in Iran. He is the Iran war candidate. Listen when he tells you. When he shows you what he's going to do, listen and pay attention and take it seriously. It was these other people. It was the cadre of GOP pro-Trump influencers who said, that's not a big deal. That's a throwaway comment. He didn't mean that. Isn't it funny how in 2024, when Trump talked about bombing Iran, we said, hey, we don't support that. And Trump supporters said, he didn't mean it. There's not going to be a war in Iran. Well, now we're in a war with Iran, and now the Trump supporters say, well, he always said we were going to go to war with Iran. Wait a second, 2 years ago, you told me that was a throwaway comment and he didn't mean it. What he really means is no new wars. 2 years ago, you told us he just has to pander to the Israel lobby. He's only saying that. His real position is no new wars.
It's disgusting.
But it was the opposite. His real position was bombing Iran for the donors.
He was a Trojan
the trick
horse.
was telling you no new wars to get the votes. And people like me tried to tell you. People like Matt Walsh said we were obsessed with Palestine. Remember? People like Matt Walsh and all the others said, I'm America first, which means I'm not paying attention to what's happening in the Middle East. Well, you know who's paying attention to the Middle East? The Jewish billionaires that made Trump president.
Goddamn right.
So if it matters to them, it should matter to us because that's their guy in the White House. But people wanted us to believe that people on Twitter were going to have more influence over foreign policy than the billionaires that gave Trump $200 million in the election, which is insane when you say it like that, but that is what they actually believed. So make no mistake about it. This is a catastrophe. This is a disaster. We are losing by definition. We had 5 objectives. We got one of them. The remaining 4 are impossible. And actually now we have another problem, which is they've taken the Strait of Hormuz and we can't get it back. And the only way to exit the conflict without being completely humiliated and defeated is for us to put boots on the ground. The thing everybody swore was never going to happen. Everybody said that was the red line. Remember, first it was don't bomb Iran. Then it was don't bomb Iran offensively. Then it was, okay, bomb Iran offensively, but not for regime change. Then we started the regime change war. We bombed them 13,000 times. And now they say, well, just no boots on the ground. Now that there's boots on the ground, imminent, now they're saying, well, but they're not going to stay for a long time. And there's not going to be 300,000 of them. Are you kidding? That's where we are now? Well, we're in a regime change war with Iran, bombing them thousands of times a day, and we're about to invade, but it's not going to be 300,000 soldiers, and they're not going to stay for years. Oh, what a relief. That's great. So glad. And these are the people, again, for years, they told you to look the other way. They are the problem. Because they are the traitors. They're the people that actually have credibility, and they abused it. They told you, I'm America first. I just don't care that much about Israel. Look over here. There are idiots out there that think they know better than me. They say Nick is just too preoccupied with Israel. He needs to move on. I'm the only one that's been fucking correct. So maybe I'm preoccupied enough about Israel. Maybe there's a deficit for all these people that were surprised to see how this is played out. I'm too fixated. Maybe you're not fixated enough. I hold Matt Walsh accountable. You know who the real problem is? It's guys like Matt Walsh. It's not even really Trump, although obviously he's a huge part of it. It's not even Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin. It's people like Matt Walsh that got us to this point. And you want to know why? Because for the past 2.5 years, there has been a very vocal and loud and growing movement of people that are trying to wake up that Jews control this country and they are destroying this country so they can build their superpower in the Middle East. People are hip. People are becoming aware. We had an opportunity to fight back, but our own side on the right wing was telling us, you're crazy. That's not happening. You're just obsessed with Palestine. You're a third worldist. You're spiritually leftist. These were the things that were being told to us. This is not a surprise. I said it 2.5 years ago, this is where things were headed. And you might say, why didn't people listen? How could people have missed it? It was so obvious in retrospect. It was inexorable that we would wind up here. How could we have been so blind? I'll tell you how, because all the people that were trying to sound the alarm in 2024 and 2025, they were being confronted and called third worldists, spiritual leftists. You're not serious about politics. You actually just want to lose because psychologically you hate winning and all this nonsense. And people bought it because they wanted to believe. And they thought the real America First position was to look the other way. We have to focus on the school board meetings. School board meetings. Why? Because your kid is going to learn that transgender people exist? I don't know. They're on TikTok, bro. I think they know that. Honestly, homeschool them if it's that big of a problem. We are a global empire. It's kill or be killed. We're going to die here. What do you think happens when people stop buying the dollar? What do you think happens when demand for the dollar decreases? It means we can't borrow anymore. What do you think happens when we can't borrow money anymore? All these trade surpluses we're running, all this debt that we've racked up. How do we pay for our entitlement welfare state? How do we pay for our military? How do we pay for anything? What does this country even make? What does this country even make? Do we make furniture? Do we make children's toys? Do we make cars? Do we make machines? Do we make parts?
Nope.
We make nothing. So what do you think happens when they call to collect? What do you think happens when nobody's buying our dollar anymore? What do you think happens when we fail in this war? Inflation spirals out of control. Everybody goes bankrupt. Nobody's paying their credit cards. Nobody's paying their car payment, their mortgage. What do you think happens when all these AI companies explode and they stop building more and buying more commercial real estate? What happens? What happens when all these people are unemployable because of AI? The job market's frozen. People are now becoming unemployed. We have 50 million illegals. Where do you think all this is going? And people say, don't pay attention to that. Just focus on these provincial, parochial type things. We ought to focus on the real issues. Snow White is black. Ariel is black. My daughter lost her soccer game to a tranny. Okay, whatever. And to this day, they won't acknowledge it. To this day, they won't acknowledge it. That's the problem. It's these people, they're still hanging on. I saw this dumbass the other day. I might be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit it, and this is just a hunch. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm still pro-Trump, but I think he messed up here. It's like, wow, still can't let it go, huh? Still can't. What's it going to take? People are literally going to have to wait to see the flash and then feel the shock wave and the heat wave before they're like, we were wrong. We were wrong. We should have never trusted the plan. They're going to see a bright flash, go blind. Then they'll feel the shock wave, all the glass breaks, face melting. We were wrong. I guess I was wrong. We should have never trusted the plan. We should have voted for Ye. We should have voted for Kanye. We prefer the GIMP mask. Being a cuck isn't that bad, actually, compared to this. Now we're dead. Now we're melting. It's what it is. I tried to warn you, and the reason that the warning did not get there is because it was suppressed. And it was suppressed by people like Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Matt Walsh. You know the worst thing about Charlie Kirk? He knew the war with Iran was coming. He tried to justify it anyway. That's the worst part. He got this guy elected. I didn't. It was guys like Kirk.
Well,
it was guys like Matt
Kirk
Walsh.
out.
All these people that stood by and did nothing, or they tried to downplay it. The biggest patriot was Tucker. Well, the biggest patriot was me because I said not to vote for Trump.
Shooting his own
But a
horn.
big patriot was Tucker because Tucker has been talking about this for a couple of years now.
Tucker is just
about the war in Iran when other people were not. But he did speak at the RNC, so I kind of hold him accountable. Anyway, so that's that. It's listen, get your affairs in order, figure it out, because this is going to get ugly. Gonna get ugly. Get your guns, get your potable water, get your filter straw, get your shit together. Visit your loved ones before jet fuel gets expensive. Okay, visit your manic pixie dream girl. Drop into New York and visit your manic pixie dream girl or whatever. Pop in. Do what must be done because we're all going to die very soon. No, we're not actually all going to die, but things are going to get very real. You think it's a big joke? You think it's all a little Groiper war? It's all fun and games? No,
you guys know.
It can get very...
You guys absolutely know that I primed you for this. I told you guys what the score was like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I mean, this was the writing on the wall, plain to see for anybody that was looking.
Bad. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to get into our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. Yeah. Guess the third worldists know what they're talking about. I guess the spiritual leftists, dude, if you're one of these people that was saying spiritual leftist, you should honestly kill yourself.
Truly.
All these
I second the motion.
The faux profundity. Everything is spiritual for them. These like degenerate, hedonistic drug users and whores, always talking about spirituality. You're not a spiritual person. You're a base, carnal, simple person. You're a fucktard. And you see all these fucktards on Twitter saying, that's like very spiritually whatever, spiritually this. You know, that word spiritually is doing a lot of heavy lifting for somebody that really doesn't have a vocabulary
it is
or
doing
anything
a lot
to say.
Of heavy lifting.
That's just like, so if you're not like voting for Trump, that's like spiritually leftist. Spiritually leftist.
You're spiritually homosexual.
You're on like Tinder trying to get laid and you're a fucking dork. Spiritually leftist. I'll kill you. No, not actually, but that's just so, you heard that all throughout last year. Oh, you're a third worldist. Oh, you're this. I'm as reactionary as it gets. I don't know what you're talking about. third world is spirit. You work for Jews. You work for Jews. You ever hear of the ordeal of civility? It doesn't get more third world than the shtetl, third worldish. You know who's a third worlder? Yeah. Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is a third worlder. Jews are third world. Jews cannot make technology. You know who made everything? Whites.
Yep.
Whites. You know who made everything? Whites. And people say, you're not white. Okay, whatever. It's still true. It's still true.
Fact check true.
People say that like I'm taking credit. I'm saying a fact. You know who built everything? Planes, railroads, cars, the radio, the telephone, the telegraph, whites, television, everything,
the toilet.
Whites.
Bro,
Jews are money changers.
Yeah, they
Bullshit
are.
artists,
Clippers.
Psychopaths, charlatans, grifters,
lawyers,
manipulators.
Shylocks.
Okay, self-promoters. They're like gypsies. They're like a traveling circus.
They are gypsies, pretty much.
Selling snake oil. Not to mix metaphors, but that's what they are. And people say, you're a third worldist. You think Stephen Miller's one of us. Stephen Miller is from the shtetl. His parents are from the ghetto. His grandparents were kicked out by the Tsar, by a real European civilization. They were in the ghetto doing the Fiddler on the Roof. You're talking about third world? Why do you think they're so obnoxious? Why do you think they're so fucking obnoxious? They have no manners because they come from the third world. They come from the literal ghetto. Where do you think the word ghetto comes from? So, and they said we were spiritually leftist. Stop. Just stop with that. They have been mind raped by Jews. It's unbelievable. Anyway. I said I wouldn't get all political. I promised I wasn't going to get all political. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. Let's see, what do we got here? But what do you guys have to say, huh? That's what I want to know. I want to know, okay, so now I just have every super chat from last night and every super chat from tonight.
Diabolical,
that's great.
Huh? Know what you mean.
All right, let's see.
The Goon Squad.
Lucky Palmer
Night
#1 fan sent $20.
Judge.
False flag incoming. Please light
talking about
emoji.
the gun.
Please light emoji. Please
It
light
might
emoji.
be.
Please light emoji.
They might not even need it, honestly.
K. Andre Freeman.
At this point, the Goyim are so stupid.
K. Andre Freeman sent $25. Sneeko is kowtowing to his
Pistol that
followers.
shoots.
They're probably mostly Muslim and brown. Bro needs to get that bag some way.
He's just in his feels. What is his... I don't know. I don't know that I want to go back in on that, but...
Fashion expert Miss Kitty sent $50. Darker and softer colors suit you the most. Bright, intense colors take away the focus from your face and make you look pale. Light colors, light gray, beige, add too little contrast to your face.
Like this? Like this suit? What do you think? What do you think of the mustache? Am I mogging?
It mogs. I was gonna say that before you said that. It does mog. It doesn't.
See, I have to get rid of the beard because otherwise you don't see my jawline. Otherwise you can't see how skinny I've gotten. The mustache is good. My security hates it, but I like it. I might shave it off tomorrow, though. Maybe I'll keep it until Friday.
Look at him in that fucking goofy look.
I'm loving it. I'm really drinking it all in. I'm drinking
Blue
it up.
stealing it.
I'm drinking it up. Yeah, get a load of this. Get a load of this new look. What do you think of my new look?
Dooba sent $20. Wouldn't seizing Iran's oil tankers have the same effect with less risk than taking an island? Sorry if you've covered this wagey replay watcher.
No.
Matt US sent $20. What type of approach do you believe the US should take in regards to relations with Russia going forward?
There's really nothing we can do.
Ally.
I mean, I think we should have a cooperative relationship with Russia, but this Ukraine war's permanently sabotaged that. I don't know how we're getting out of this. Well, ultimately, we just got to cut Ukraine
we don't have
off.
Bad
we just got to tell them
Alex.
show's over.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And just cut it off. But I don't think we can even do that at this point.
Pintsap sent $20. I'm announcing my conversion to Orthodoxy this Easter, so please pray. I will always be AF and we will take back our country.
A most amazing Catholic April Fool's joke. April Fools! I'm not converting to Orthodoxy. I'm Catholic.
A lobster boat worker or a fireman.
Best Catholic joke. Best traditional Catholic joke.
On a gay calendar. Is that what you're talking
Funniest
about?
traditional Catholic.
With the fire hose between
I'm
his
announcing
legs?
my conversion to Protestantism. What a jest. Oh my goodness. Stop. Stop. Oh, I pray to the patron saint of jokes that you're kidding. I'm praying to the patron saint of April Fools that's a joke. Oh, you're so funny. Stop. Well, technically it's a venial sin to do sarcasm, but it's April Fools. I suppose I'll give you a dispensation. Very good, Pine Sap. Goodness gracious. The Catholics are out of control. The Catholics are off the rails. Too funny.
Jack Rubenstein sent $20.
Goodness. My goodness.
Jack Rubenstein sent $20. They are launching blacks and women out of orbit and you are blackpilling?
That's good. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Young Roip Clip sent $20. Every single day he'll make fun of my religion and just insult me, Nick. Please let me rape Sneaky and my life is yours.
Dude, the Sneeko thing is crazy. What? This guy goes in every day on racism, white supremacy, Christianity. You clap back. Literally, yesterday, he's like gloating about Haiti winning the third World Cup. Like, is it me? Chat, is it me? Am I the asshole? Am I the bad guy? I have to go to Claude. Do you know that I go to Claude and I'm like, am I the bad guy? Like, here's what I said. Like, am I the bad guy? Yesterday, Sneeko is literally rage baiting the fucking shit out of me. He's going, oh, Italy lost. Spaghetti, Mamma Mia, Haiti won. Rome, take that. You're going to be crying at home. But okay, so that's fine. And then I come on the show and I clap back even harder. And he goes, he wouldn't say that. If you really loved me, you wouldn't say that. Holy cry bully. It's actually most fragile race. Maybe Sneeko is black because nigga's fragile. Huh. Nigga's fragile.
Nigga's fragile.
Niggas is fragile
fragile.
As hell.
Niggas fragile.
That's crazy because he literally rage baited me all day yesterday. Italy lost the World Cup. Take that. Haiti won. Bosnia won. Rome. And then I go on the show and I clap back. If you really love me, you would never say that. If you love me, you wouldn't say those things. Every day you make fun of my religion. Every day you make fun of my religion. That's his Jew coming out. That's his Hungarian Jew. They cry out as they strike you. I guess Rome is out of the playoffs. I guess Rome is out of the World Cup. Should have destroyed the temple. Should have destroyed Israel. And then I say some shit back. If you really love me, you would have never said that. What did I ever do to you? You attack my religion. You attack my people. You attack my tribe. What kind of person are you? What kind of friend would ever say such a thing? You're horrible. You're horrible. And you want another Holocaust. It's like, holy Jew. Shapeshifter. What's his real name? What's his real name? Is Sneeko even your real name? Okay, is that just your stage name? What's your real name, Jew? It's jokes. Even if Sneeko doesn't love me, I love him still. We're just having a little jest. Maybe he's having a bad day. I'm not trying to make it worse, but just a little banter between the bros. It's not that serious. It's not that deep. Maybe I'm the problem, Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem. You tell me. It's all these. I'm an emotional wreck. My social life is a disaster. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm like Taylor Swift, anti-hero.
Sham1000 sent $25. Fuck Sneeko.
No.
Mark sent $50.
No, we
Two
like
ideas.
Sneeko.
1. Groiper dating app. 2. AF legal team to represent Groipers who are fired from work or kicked out of school for being a Groiper. My fault if this makes you crash out.
Oh, no. First of all, Groiper dating app. No. Who's going to be, it's like only going to be the most autistic freaks you've ever met on there. Bad idea. Yeah, like what? And then that's just totally insane. Like, why would you even say that? And number 2, AF legal team to represent Groipers that got... Did you dress up as a Nazi on Halloween and go to a bar? Well, we want to defend you. Like, no. Will
Stancil secret Groiper alt sent $22.
Don't get fired from your job. How's that? Here's an idea. Don't get fired from your job, dumbass.
Will Stansel's secret Roy Peralt sent $22. Things must be getting pretty grim for plant trusters if they get this fired up about a new J.D. Vance photo.
Yeah, it is.
Stephen Kosher X17 sent $20. Twisting Sneako's head off Groiper.
No, come on. I like
Conqueror
Sneeko.
Or sent $20. Sean Goss, a UK journalist, was praising you today. I was surprised to see your name mentioned in a positive light, especially because the journalist is pro-tranny, pro-gay, etc. They can dispute you.
Who's he with? What did he say? I didn't see this. What did he say? I don't see him on Google. Send me the link. Some of the leftists, they
Sigma
like
Falcon
me.
sent $20.
Why wouldn't
yesterday,
they? What's
Netanyahu's
not to
boy Larry
like?
Ellison laid off 30,000 people from Oracle. Grim.
That's getting bad out
Simone
there.
sent $20.
Getting ugly.
Roy Patton graphic designer. The hot Cheeto ass crop top missed the mark. How to contact AF branding team. I have ideas.
That's bait. That's total bait. That's
Liz,
total
but you
bait.
sent $100. I'm a fat little brown Latina dot, but I'll lay off the burritos for a while dot so I can fit into the Roy Pat T.
Yeah, can ya? Can you do that? Can you get some self-control, fat ass? Thank you for the big super chat. There's no excuse to be fat. It's 2026. It's so easy. It's so easy not to be fat. You know what I ate today so far? I had a bowl of oatmeal and I had 4 chicken tenders from Chick-fil-A. End of list. That's the type of shit I'm on.
Ryder Stevens sent $30.
That's what I'd be
Seeing
on.
Artemis 2 launch today was very surreal. With all the animosity going on in our country, it was very cool seeing everyone come together over the launch. Proud to be an American.
Yeah. Great to see everybody come together.
Scott Buchanan sent
For
$20.
sure. It was cool. It was a cool moment.
Scott Buchanan sent
I
$20.
watched it.
Having a good time spamming Christ is King on all of Jeremy Boring's new videos. I know it's petty. Still fun. And still true.
You're incomparably based.
Bill Gates sent $40.
Holy
Serious question.
based.
Boomers love complaining about taxes going towards blacks not working. Would you prefer to save on taxes and force them to work, or pay more taxes to never deal with them in customer?
Same
That's
difference.
a dumb question.
Not important sent $100. Would you rather read this super chat or not? Too late. Thanks for the great show.
Thanks for the big super chat. I
Autistic
appreciate
Max
it.
Singh sent $30. Tell Sneeko to embrace his Filipino side and go back church.
What was the premise? Hey, tell Sneeko to embrace being Filipino and go to church. Like, what does that even mean? Is that a joke? Like, is that supposed to be funny? You guys are NPCs. I'm sorry. You guys are fucking retarded. I read these messages. You guys are stupid.
Yeah,
Tell
most
Sneeko
people
to
are.
embrace his Filipino side and go back to church.
Half of everyone is
That
below
would be
average.
funny. Like, what is even the point of saying that? I don't even, what?
Volt Local
I
Crusader
don't
sent
get it.
$20. Hey Nick, if this comment makes you angry, I apologize,
it
but I look up to
political?
you and want to know your thoughts on this. You say we need a modern day Hitler, but wouldn't Teddy Roosevelt be a better choice?
Okay, let's just.
Ty
That
sent
didn't happen.
$25. Christy Nome reportedly devastated by recent report of her husband
didn't
rocking those
happen.
huge jugs. She was deaf motorboating those.
Yeah, very good. Yes, very good. Well done.
America First Assyrian sent $25. Radio caller circa 1995. Do you denounce the internet, Nick?
What is.
I feel I
What?
like Pablo sent $20.
What are you even
Have you
saying?
spoken with Ye recently? I hope he's okay. Christ is Lord John
That's
14:6.
none of your business.
License to Wheel sent $25. Loving the merch. Are you on good terms now with Chocolate Cheeks? She can sue you for using her likeness. When did you two make up and where did you go on the date?
I haven't talked to Chocolate Cheeks in a minute, actually. I miss her.
Wigger Prophet sent $20.
What do they call it? Limerence? Limerence. I learned that word recently. Yeah, I haven't talked to her. I still think about her all the time, though. It's kind of hard. I still think about her every day and every night, but I haven't talked to her in a few weeks. When's the last time I talked to her? I don't even know. Probably was in July or something. Oh, Candace. Candace. Well, she'll never love me. It's okay. She'll never love me. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about me. It's all in vain.
Smash the like
The
button.
love sickness,
if you
the
would there,
heartache.
Wigger
fellas.
Prophet sent $20. People underestimate the strategic coal reserves of Iran which are supplied by Sneeko.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Hook a
Very
brother
good.
up.
Sam
if
Christopher
you
sent
would.
$20. Every American should claim tax exempt and stop paying taxes. That's a protest I can get behind.
No.
Willie Nail sent
that's a terrible
$100.
idea. You'll just get arrested. The IRS doesn't fucking play, okay? They don't play games. That's like saying we should all be sovereign citizens. If you get pulled over, tell them the U.S. is a corporation and your name is not your name. Oh, yeah, try that. See how that goes. No, I will never encourage people to not pay their taxes. You just don't play with the IRS like that. Terrible idea.
Willie Nail sent $100. Laura Ingram, Anna Kasparian, Parina Jean-Pierre. KLL1, fuck 1, marry 1, go.
Thank you for the big super chat. Ooh, let's see. I would do it with Anna Kasparian, obviously. I would marry Laura Ingram. I've always liked Laura Ingram, honestly.
Not me.
And I'd
Kinda
I had
horse
86.
face.
Colding sent
the other
$20.
one.
What's up, Nick? Learned about you from Clav and started watching from Denmark. Fire emoji. I'm learning English from you and Clav. Fire emoji.
Cool. Very cool. Thanks.
Colding sent $20. I'm thinking about visiting the USA. Fire emoji. How's Chicago? I was thinking about going to O'Block. Have you ever been there?
Okay, you're trolling me.
LMR1216 sent $20. All bubble-blowing babies will be beaten senseless by every able-bodied patron in the bar. At Sneeko. Boofball sent $20.
Okay.
Solicitor General completely miffed the birthright citizenship argument today. You
I
catch
did.
any of it? Even Europe seems to have figured this out.
Yeah, it was terrible. They're going to lose. They lose on everything, and all they do is lose.
Navarro 108 sent $20. Sneeko single-handedly dragged you out of the depths of Cozy's irrelevancy. You shit on him non-stop and attack him more when he defends himself? Sneeko follows Jesus. You follow Paul's made-up crap.
What? I'm a Christian. Oh, you're some stupid. I get it. You're a Mohammedan. No, he does not. He follows Muhammad, obviously.
Young Pablo 978 sent
And as far that, I'm just not even getting
Young
into
Pablo
the other stuff.
978 sent $100. What's up, Nick? I hope all is well, brother. As a first-generation Colombian, I fully understand and respect the movement. Thank God I was able to stumble upon your content. You gave me a new perspective in life. To not give a fuck about what anyone says and be yourself and take your own side.
So true.
USA emoji. Saluting face emoji.
Honestly, people think the message of the show is like fuck Jews or something. The message of the show is be yourself. That's the real message of my show is be yourself. Be yourself, take your own side, be your own advocate.
He's right.
And believe in God. So I'm glad to hear that. Thanks for the big super chat. So true. If you're a fan of me, you're not a fan of me, you're a fan of yourself.
Savad 18 sent $100. Nick, I'm 44. Been listening since December. Vote blue. Fuck them in neck with a pen.
Thank you for the big super chat. Oh, fellow old head, huh? Fellow old guy. I'm pretty old too. Yeah. Vote
Upstart
blue.
Pro sent $20.
Absolutely.
Trump saying in this speech that this is the strongest economy in American history is the craziest and most delusional copa I've ever seen.
I know, it's crazy.
Big Dog sent $20. Before you niggas send a super chat, read it like a homeless man said it to you on the street. That's weird to this sicko. Luis Jimenez 999 sent $20.
Yeah.
You gotta keep the beard twin who you trying to impress thought you were incel.
I got rid of it. Because I want to feel young. I want to feel young and skinny.
Gringo Grower sent $20. Stash Mox.
I think
Waldo
so,
39
right?
sent $20. W Stash. EL the Emperor Fuentes. The oracle of our lifetime. Might I say prophet?
Ugh.
Nina Grow sent $20. Glaze a Z and Carol on X. Grows a pussy tickler. Who are you, bro?
I didn't Glazy and Carol on X.
Average John 93
When did I
sent
do that?
$100. If you want there to be more real content, you have to go on vacation so it all burns down.
Very good. Thank you for the big super
Gunnar
chat.
Amara sent
Very
$20.
funny.
How would feel about having sex with my wife? This dog hunts 988 sent $20. $20 a show is better than the $100 monthly. Old bastard. No social media. Just rumble. Read the news. Get solid consensus from you, brother. Apologies for rando chats. Just yakking. Big salute, man.
Thanks.
Ridge Runner sent $20.
Yeah.
Markets closed Good Friday, so Trump's got a 3-day window to operate.
I didn't even know that. Well. So the war is going to start tomorrow night, maybe.
Special Ed sent $20.
Yeah.
Merch idea. Ultimate deal. Unique Roy per plant. Like a Scottish
yeah,
tartan.
everybody's
Flannel shirts,
sliding
throw
in.
blankets, hats, kilts, etc.
Scottish
The Macro
tartan.
Wiper collection. Total plausible deniability. Hey, isn't that the Groiper plaid? What? I just like the colors. You are welcome.
Okay.
Jake Woom sent $20. I usually dislike the idea of musicals, but I decided to give La La Land a chance. It's beautiful. Thanks for putting me on.
Isn't it such a sweet movie? It's so true. Isn't it so true, though? I love that movie so much. I saw it recently twice. And, yeah, nothing beats it. Nothing better. Nothing better than a good movie like that. And you want to know why? Because to me, the pinnacle of film is, and wait for it, it's not just that it's musicals. It's really like opera. Like the pinnacle of any performance is opera. Meaning that the music moves the story along. So I like
And they
La La
dance.
Land for the same reason that I like Star Wars. It's the same reason I like Goodfellas. It's the same reason I like Casino or The Wizard of Oz or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's not because I like camp musicals.
choices, all
It's not
those
because I like
movies.
campy musicals that are super gay. It's because to me, when you really get the most out of a movie is when the music moves the movie, whether it's the soundtrack, the score, or whether it's an actual musical. To me, though, that is the height of the medium. That's when you're getting the most. And it doesn't need to be a dance number, but the dialogue and the music are musical. There's a rhythm, there's a tempo.
Bro,
The
thanks
best
for the
movies are the
likes,
movies that do
fellas.
that well,
Damn.
to me.
Holy shit.
Even you think about a movie, what would Inception be
Or
without
more.
the music?
I got 100. Look it up.
Inception, Oppenheimer, Arrival. What would these movies be without the score? Inception is the music. So, Interstellar, same thing. So that's why I really, because I wanted to correct that. I'm not walking it back, but I wanted to amend that. Because when I think about my favorite musicals, they are like The Wizard of Oz, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Star Wars, I consider similar, Casino.
2 more likes.
La La Land. That's when you get the most out of it. So, yeah. And that's good stuff. And you can get that at a number of different places. Taxi Driver, somebody says, exactly. So, yeah. No, but La La Land is like, it's so true, right? Here's to the ones who dream.
Mrs. Dillon sent $20.
So
Wearing
true.
the AF hoodie at the
Get
gym.
those
862
likes
Irish Cap
in,
Nationalist
fellas.
chat asked me out.
2 more
Together
likes.
ever since. Is the LOML. THX Nick.
Good for you. Oh, great. Awesome. That's amazing. You're telling me you wore my merch and then you married some tall Chad. Well, good for you. So happy. I hope he makes you so happy. There's a lot to love. There's 6 feet and 2 inches of a lot to love. Congrats.
What are you, 6
Happy
foot?
Vladimir
for you.
Koffers sent
6 foot
$20.
tall?
Great show, Nick. 2 questions. Do you really think we sent 4 people to record the backside of the moon? And if not, is it not possible we possibly deployed a weapon in the retrospective Trump speech?
What?
Split sent $20.
Yeah, we went
Somebody
to the
took
moon.
away one of the likes. What a dick.
Investors jack up value. Once it crashes,
Oh,
Jews will swing in
bam,
and buy all
right
the data
over
for pennies
100.
hot. Like
Fuck
undervalued
yeah.
single-family homes. Hashtag Savasniko.
That's an interesting take. I don't think it's quite like 2008.
Fuck yeah. Thanks,
Because in
fellas.
2008, they were just being lied to. In 2008, the products were just, they were basically mislabeled. The ratings agencies and these people that were bundling these bad loans together, they were just lying about the safety of those assets. And then the assets became a systemic part of the
They were junk bonds.
market. So
They just
I don't think it's quite the same thing.
they just
Millennial
threw
widow sent
together a
$100.
bunch of
First
shit
time super chat. I'm a widow raising 2 young boys. Too young to listen to the show. But they
shit
know you as Mr.
loans
Fuentes.
and
Thank
put
you
it
for your
and made
intelligence, nuanced view on
securities
current
out
events.
of them.
Much love, Millennial Widow.
Well, thank you for the big super chat. That's very sweet. That's cute. I love that. I'll try to keep the language clean for the youngsters. That's very nice. God bless you guys.
Misha Bear 504 sent $20. The thought of U.S. Special Forces spilling blood for Israel on Easter Sunday infuriates me.
Right.
Insane optics. American valor sacrificed for a foreign power on the resurrection. Trump the Terrible.
Yeah, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre closed on Palm Sunday to boot.
Bigman 69 sent $20. Hello, Mr. Goy. Can you name all the states that border the Atlantic Ocean?
Oh, like U.S. states. Okay. Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, D.C., technically, North South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, right? Is that everything? Just New Hampshire's coastal, right?
I think so.
I think it touches the coast. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, I feel like they have the sandy Nantucket
that's
Island
everything.
beach motif.
That's not a hard one. Come on, U.S. geography, everybody knows that.
South Carolina, same way. They all have that
Let's see.
Nantucket
said Rhode
Island
Island.
thing going. It's beautiful.
Didn't I?
Yeah,
Oh, not
Savannah.
I guess Pennsylvania doesn't. I thought Pennsylvania had a
Savannah's like
coastline.
that too. Tybee Island.
Maybe not. I said Rhode Island, didn't I?
With the lighthouses and stuff. Very pretty.
Whatever.
Buffalo Bat sent $20. Apparently everyone on X wants a dictator now. Time to step up to the plate, my nig. We're done with this orange clown.
We are done with the orange
Yeah, so
clown.
true.
Jonathan
nah,
said
it's not
100
going to be me, though.
Jonathan
He
said
did say
$100.
Rhode
I'm
Island.
tired of winning, boss.
Thank you
And
for the
those
big
are all
super
like
chat.
Average
Yeah,
sent
old
$20.
school
The only
slave
way to constrain
states,
Israel and ensure
Maryland,
lasting
Rhode
peace in the Gulf
Island.
is for the U.S. to get Iran a nuclear deterrent. Not a weapon, a deterrent. Only Trump is crazy enough to do it and make SHD up.
Huh?
Huh?
What do you mean not a weapon? That you just don't even know what you're talking about.
High Speed Sneeze sent $20. Hi Nick, any thoughts on future Congressman Brandon Herrera and Hun rights in general? Thank you, stay safe.
I don't know
Brandon
anything about
Herrera.
it.
Alex Carp got sent $20. W show.
The kid
When
I
are we
went
going
to
to do
school
college
with,
campus tours
he
like
fucking
Myron?
raped
I
a
want the
senior
leftist spiritual
citizen
energy
woman.
emit off
He
you in
was
real
high
time.
on meth.
Nuclear ran
He
down.
I'm
duct
good on
taped her
that. I
to
don't
a
want to get
chair.
shot.
Chicken
Shit.
Legroy percent $40. Do you think if your dinner with
Saw
Trump
him
went
on
well
the
that it would have
news.
changed anything in the long term?
Years ago.
No, you guys are delusional if you think that. Like, see, that's the thing. This betrays the fundamental misunderstanding of politics. That what moves politics are the inclinations of the people involved. Well, if only you had a conversation that changed Trump's mind, and that it's like there's forces bigger than all of us that are at work here. So you just
He's
don't know what
right.
you're talking
William
about.
Allen is the GOAT. Roy Pat sent $30. I love the shaved look. It shows off your defined cheekbones and sharp jawline. Not sure on the mustache, but you always look amazing anyway.
Well, thanks.
William Fan sent $20. Do you think it claps when William does jumping jack? Liam Runnian sent $20.
Okay.
Do you think anything is going to happen with China and Taiwan during all of this Iran shit?
No. Do you think anything is going to happen with China during all this Iran shit? Sometimes the way you guys talk makes me know you're an idiot. Do you think anything's going to happen with China with all this Iran shit? All that Iran shit, right?
Rocky Balboa sent $20. Matt
Get
Walsh
a
is spiritually
clue.
Jewish. Also been seeing clips of the show and liked by Sylvester
My
Stallone.
dad had a
Yeah, it's probably
sailboat.
some kid running his social media.
Awesome Scotch sent
for
$20.
years.
Thank you for doing this show, Nick. Me and my dad love watching it together.
Great. Love to hear it.
Juniga sent $20. Nick, I've been a fan, but you'll be stabbing people and avoiding pork in no time if you continue to hang with
Meth
Sneeko.
is-
NHH.
apparently it is
Okay.
an
X Gunny sent
electro.
$25. Hi.
Oh, I get it, because that's what Muslims
European
do or
Roy
something.
Pat sent $20. Hi Nick, my boyfriend is Persian and wants to get rid of IRGC for his people. How do I red pill him? Schopenhauer sent $20. Pro tip, don't show your wives/girlfriends this show.
That's so cucked. I can't even. And not in a good way. That's not cucked in a good way.
Yeah, no
That's
shit.
so, yeah.
Beta.
Oh, hey, boys, remember to hide when you're watching AF. I'm watching AF under the covers. My wife doesn't know. How could you live like that? I don't understand how a human being, much less a man, could live like that. I think I would rather die. Concealing from your girlfriend or wife. Oh, she doesn't know I love this show. She hates it. Dude, I just can't.
The Elite Warrior sent
I
$20.
can't.
Going to CA perform this Friday. Very excited.
Great.
Praying for Sneeko to cut the Muslim LARP and become Catholic 07.
So
Derek sent
true.
$21.
I know, right?
Michelangelo, my favorite Ninja Turtle. Gambit, my favorite X-Man. But Victor Von Doom is the best comic book character ever. John Wayne sent
Grow
$20.
up.
I still have hope you and Sneeko will make up W Nick Sneeko and yay.
We're made up. We're friends, okay? We're just having a little tiff. We're friends.
View off Rex sent
Just
$50.
stop.
Haven't enjoyed such banter since way back when Stern was funny. And you think, well, thanks.
Thanks. So true.
Latina Grow I sent $20. Hey Nick, I'm a 5 Latina and saving myself for marriage. Age is nothing but a number and the only number I want is yours. Hot face emoji.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Scoopy Whoopity sent $20. I'm gonna be honest. I can't wait till this drum pair is over. This shit is ass. We need to move on and let the chips fall where they may.
Wow. I thank you for your honesty. How'd you say something so
Champs
real?
Hog sent $20. Do a big H stash and post it in the group chat, and I'll join the 100 per month club. Shadow 408 sent $20. Fuck the stash, keep the beard. Niga.
Horror.
The Mortgager sent $20. I work in mortgages for the past few years. Trump and every bit of his decisions affect my job being market-based. Buffalo
Okay.
Bat sent $20. Apparently everyone on X wants a dictator now. Time to step up to... Huey Long Respecter sent $20. Speaking of your lost loves, whatever happened to Kathy Jew? Remember you gushing over her after that? I never heard about her.
I saw her on TikTok the other day or on Instagram or something. She got married. She got married to some legitimate human being. She got married to some political guy or something. I'm sure some tall Chad that has his shit together and is normal and everything. Yeah, she got married. She got married to some professional normal Chad. It is what it is. This is what it is.
Beast123Z sent $20. Hi Nick, it would be cool to have some AF stickers. Lovely show and you're a great political figure.
Thank you. No stickers. No stickers.
Carbeer1488 sent $20. Me and my boyfriend will be voting Democrat. We are proudly standing behind our brave leader NJF in this fight for America and our lives in the fight against the New World Order.
W, girlfriend and boyfriend.
Snake told the Snake Broid sent $20. What is your favorite Warhammer fantasy faction? Not Age of Sigmar, it is gay.
Okay.
Saint Christopher sent $48. I said every American not pay taxes. Basically every American posted a black square in 2020. Could IRS arrest every citizen?
Yeah, and then we'll storm Area 51, right? Let's all not like, okay, it's just so. This show is so grating. All right, we got a few more here.
Alex Carp has got sent $20. Man, I think Trump is going to pull a W on Iran by the end of this month. And voting blue for midterms is iffy. Vote Republican or don't vote at all. They are going to steal the midterms. Nuke Iran now. Folded hands emoji. Folded hands emoji.
Okay.
Folded hands emoji.
Nice lark.
Gringo Grower sent $20. Stash Mogs.
Thanks.
Nigo sent $25.
Thank you.
Just ordered the entire spring collection, including the Grow Peak crop and small. Only the Foids who fit get to sleep over.
Let's go. Okay, you lost me at the end there, but thanks. Okay, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me tonight. Not as bad as yesterday, but pretty rough still. That's all we got. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. Thanks for watching. Thank you to our big super chatters. Special thanks to Jonathan. These are all mixed up. I don't even know how to read these, to be honest with you. How I'm going to do it. Oh, here we go. Thank you to View of the Wreck, Jonathan, Millennial Widow, Average John, Sivad, Young Pablo, Willie Nail, Not Important, Lisbeth, Mark, Fashion Expert, Mr. Ice Cream. Thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Wow, I can't remember the last time that his fucking stream played all the way through to the very end. Fucking fire stream. Anyway, I appreciate you guys watching. I hope you all enjoyed the show and enjoyed the newer features and stuff. I'm trying to step the game up and make it a more entertaining product. With that, that's it for the evening. So good evening or good morning and God bless. I'll see y'all later.